Everything here should be working. The stream should be working. Double check. Alright, I think it's live. Yep, it is working. Alright, so today we're going to be starting with the level design, and I've got some things I'm going to begin working on. So of course, one thing that I'm going to be doing here, I'm going to be adding this skybox here so everything is all well lit up. And I'm going to go ahead and begin working on the next part of the map. Now, I did a bit of testing off stream to see the effectiveness of the different weapons we'll be adding to this scenario, and that's something we're going to be dealing with more later. But I've already decided which weapons to add from that one weapon mod in the last episode. I'm also basically I'm not going to use all the weapons. There are some weapons I'm not going to add, and there are some that I've distinguished should be better for the early game, and some will be better maybe midway through and late game, respectively. So I already have that decided, but that's something we're going to deal with at a later point. Today we're going to be working on the walls of the map, and of course, may open up this browser and bring it over here. This is what we're working with here. So in the last episode, we created this kind of map that will give us an idea of what the entire area looks like. You know, it's this little area here that we put the moon over, and then we drew out all this as a plan of where we're going to put everything. Now, of course, nothing on here is size definitive. It's mostly just planning where everything is. Obviously, some of the buildings might be bigger or smaller than the squares shown, and the entrances obviously aren't going to be that big. But we have an idea of where the different walls and where all the buildings are going to be. We also drew where the players are expected to travel through the map. And creating this gives us an idea of kind of the I guess the pacing of the map and how people are going to explore. Now, of course, there's nothing preventing people from backtracking, and that's kind of encouraged if people want to like go back to certain areas to grab certain things. Of course, if you have more people, there's less reason to go back, since more people can drive more vehicles. So yeah, we're just gonna go ahead and build all the walls, and there's a couple different ideas I have for the walls. So I'll go ahead and grab those real quick. I believe I have it in a specific channel. So looking around the internet, there are different ideas for different walls. I'll go ahead and open them here. Now, these are just some images I found on the internet, and I'll be referencing them as kind of a concept. But for obvious reasons, we're not going to make an exact copy because that's kind of impossible in this game. There's no way we're going to be able to add that much detail. I'm just going to add all these in real quick. Hold on. Here we go. So over here, we have this kind of wall design where we kind of just have, you know, a flat wall, and then we're just going to put these kind of these columns in between. There's of course like a bottom section there that does seem kind of interesting. Here's another idea that's very similar, you know, where instead it seems kind of like it's recessed. So that's another thing we can do with, of course, these bigger columns in between. I do like this. And of course, there is the gate here, which we do need a gate to travel between the different regions here. They're all marked in blue. So, you know, it is a concept for a gate we could do. I'll probably just be using the normal Space Engineer's gates to open things, and of course I'll make it so it's locked. And of course we'll put lights and stuff around so you can tell whether the gate is activated or not. And of course, here's another idea for a wall where instead of being like a recessed, it has more of a shape to it. And of course, you still do have these structural areas here, so we'll keep all this in mind. So I'll keep that in a different tab here. I am going to be building this in survival with creative mode tools, so that way we can see if things are actually working. Now, of course, as you can see here, we've changed the skybox, and the reason why I'm using the skybox is because there is no day and night here with the skybox. It makes sure that everything is well illuminated, and we don't have to deal with the darkness anymore, at least while the skybox is here. Later on, we're going to replace the skybox with a darker one that'll make it very difficult to see. But for now, we're going to go ahead and try to figure out this region. So, first things first, I'm going to go ahead and grab the extra large blocks. These ones here. And I'm going to go ahead and build a simple wall using these extra large blocks. Just something really simple. And I'm also going to try to measure out where exactly I want these start and end points to be. I'll teleport myself over here. I'm going to come up with a design for this wall. So let's assume every module of this wall will be maybe 5 blocks. And of course, I gotta try to come up with a way to make it tall enough so vehicles can't just jump over it. So that's about 15 blocks tall. We can grab a rover as a test, assuming let's assume that we're making a small grid rover in the future. So I have some different designs. Let me go with this rover here. As soon as it loads, there we go. And I just want to see if having these wheels at maximum strength can jump over this wall. Because what we want to avoid is allowing people to just jump over the walls if they have the vehicles. And of course, I could set the wheels to not allow access, but I don't think that's really going to help much. Because I think people can access them anyways. So we're going to need that. Height offset is maximized. How high can we jump with a small rover? Alright, let's keep trying to jump over this wall. So based on this, using these 3x3 wheels, we're not going to be able to jump over this wall, which is pretty good actually.
Fuel critical.
So now that we have this, I need to actually design the wall itself, which is a little more tricky. Now using the different reference images, I'm going to come up with some ideas for this. Now one thing I can probably do, and of course we do want to make sure the block count of this wall isn't too high, because we do have to worry about you know, lag and stuff like that on lower end computers. So I guess for now we're going to do something kind of like this, which, as you can see, that does recess in a little bit, and that gives us just something really simple to work with here. And of course that is on one side of the wall, but the issue is the other side of the wall looks like this. And the walls are two-sided, so this probably won't work. So we need a different approach to this. This gives me an idea though. So one thing that we can do is that we can go ahead and do something like this, and then we can put these in between, like so. That gives us at least some detailing on this wall. And of course, because of how we have trash cleanup set up in the previous episode, they won't remove anything that's a station. Yeah. So this, I'm gonna copy it just in case. If I go away from it, like really far away, it will not despawn. Perfect. But I mean, anything that's small grid will despawn. So yeah, this is set up the way I would like it to. I'm gonna go ahead and double check for anything else that we can use. Of course, I can detail this a little more with stuff like this. But I I think that's a little bit too much. At least there. I think what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to put this as a vertical piece across the top, like that. So now we have something like this. See, this looks pretty good, but I feel like it's missing something. I think what's missing is kind of those one pieces that I mentioned with the edges. I'm gonna go ahead and add the edge there. I'm gonna try to find concepts that works for it. I mean, the most simple one I can do is probably using the half blocks here, and then just doing something like not this one. If I do something like this, and it still doesn't feel right. Because that looks kind of off to me. See, that looks better. But the thing is that this still sticks out a bit. So I need to make it go out by one more. I think I'm gonna do that by just using these frames here. With these. So now we have something that looks kind of like this. That's interesting, but it's still very flat. So I'm gonna go ahead and grab this brace here and see if I can make it look a little bit less flat.
Fuel critical.
Not too worried about the feel in this case, but by doing this, the wall does look a bit better. In fact, what I could do actually, is I could make it so these go out instead. That way the wall that we have feels a little bit better. It does this. That looks pretty good. So let's go ahead and figure out an armor color for this. I do like the gray that it has, but it does need to look a little bit more distinguished here. Just like an older color kind of works. Darker? Yeah, that works. And then what we're gonna need is we're gonna need kind of like a lighter color for these here to make them pop out a little more. Of course, this thing is only 67 blocks, which is amazing for what it is, for the size of it, and we're going to have a lot of these around the place. Just go ahead and deal with the tabs over here. So even with all this, there's still some details missing on this. It doesn't look quite right still, at least for what I want. I think what's missing is kind of like the finer details on this. So we're going to go ahead and add some lights to this. Now I could just make some square light panels around the place, but I think those look kind of weird. And the thing is, if we use like too many lights, it will lag the game, regardless of how far away you are. It's just a lot of processing in some cases, just trying to render that light from just hundreds of spotlights around the place. So I want to try to come up with something that's a little more subtle. Now, interior lights or corner lights might be fine. Inside lights would be great, but we can't really use them. What I'm thinking... Yeah, we can just use interior lights in this case. Let me actually go ahead and see if I can set a symmetry line on this. So we can make changes to both sides to make them look right. So let's go ahead and add interior lights there, there, and there. These are just very subtle. And of course, we're going to finish this off with just a tiny detail here. Because these are walls meant to isolate different regions, we're actually going to go ahead and get this right here. And we're going to finish it off with some just small details here. And try to come up with something interesting. So just by doing this, we already have a wall module that looks more unique than just a plain wall. And I will say, it looks fantastic. Now if we want to add even more detail, we can do that. We're just going to go ahead and use piston heads for that. We're going to go ahead and steal this color right here, and I'm going to go ahead and add just these tiny little details here. Just like that, the wall looks great. I'm going to go ahead and grab a battery here, and we just need to set up some very small details, and that's those lights. You see that the whole wall turns on here? We gotta set those lights to be very bright and make it feel like the entire wall is actually working. So let's go ahead and just increase the intensity of it so it's very noticeable. And let's see if we can make it look more interesting. Like maybe that color. Actually, let's make it a little more. There we go. So you have this kind of orange color when the walls are activated. And you should be able to see that from a distance on both sides. So that's fun. But of course, we're not done yet. There's one small thing we need to do, and this is just a practical issue. See, one concern I have is that what's stopping people from just using their handheld weapons to just make a hole in the wall and pass through, or what's stopping them from, using the enemy to break through the wall. So I want to make a failsafe that prevents that, and I want to demonstrate why I'm doing this in the first place. I believe I showed this in the last episode, but if I haven't, then I'll go ahead and show it. So there we go. There's a specific block here that's going to be used by enemies to be able to attack players. Let's go and activate it here. And if we grab a light armor block and place it right in front, it does quite a bit of damage. And I don't want players to be abusing this feature to break into things that they really shouldn't be. So I'm going to be introducing a very simple thing to stop this problem, and that is the, if I can find it, here it is, this block. Now, this block is edited from the code, just like a very simple toggle. I don't remember what it's called. There's something in there that toggles it to make sure it doesn't take damage, except from like grinders and stuff. There won't be any grinders in this map, but basically this block is impervious to most types of damage. If I were to paste this block right here, if it even lets me. Actually, I can just copy this and throw it right against it here. We'll see if this takes any damage. It does not. I'll paste this right over there. And of course, to double check that this is actually functioning, I'm going to go ahead and place this right in front. Hold on. Is this? No, it's not. Okay, there we go. So it is doing damage to that, but will it do damage to this? That's really weird to get things to actually damage stuff. So I put this here and set that to fire on. It's not taking any damage whatsoever. This is exactly what we need. So pasting this block onto something else will not make it unbreakable, but pasting something else onto that block will. So if we go ahead and grab this, we paste it right on. Now this entire module we've created will not take any damage, no matter how hard we try. And that's exactly what we want. So now this is an impervious wall. To test that, we're going to go ahead and do the most simple test we can. This is a very straightforward test. All you need is a rocket launcher, which I'm going to go ahead and grab right over here.
Energy low.
And we're going to aim at probably the weakest blocks, which are of course the lights and this over here. If I fire at that light right there, the light is still intact. So yeah, this is completely unable to be damaged now, and that's exactly what we want. And of course we can edit it freely, without having to worry about, we don't have to worry about it losing its invulnerability. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and blueprint this right here. Not that one, but this one right here. And this will be very straightforward. We're going to call this the casino wall module. So we can just find it in our blueprint menu and we know where to find it. And that's very simple. Now I want to make a version of this that has a door. And that's going to be a little more interesting. So to do that, we're going to remove this one right here. We're going to go ahead and grab the gate. Right here. Now there's a couple different ways we can do this. We can do the, what's it called, the hanger doors and stuff, but I don't think the hanger doors are going to be all that useful here. And the reason why I want to use these smaller gates here is because it'll make it more,
critical.
It gives you a better sense of scale with the entire wall. It also makes it so only small vehicles can pass through. That's useful for a few reasons. One, enemies can't pass through if they're too big. That means you can't just make a boss follow you from one area to another. And of course, this also means that certain vehicles that are specific to certain regions cannot escape into other regions. And that's kind of what we want. We don't want people bringing in like a, I don't know, let's say someone finds a really tall mech that can be used in battle. We don't want someone to bring that into a different region where it'd be a little bit too powerful. So that's why we're doing this. And of course, we need to figure out how to get this, I need to put the gates in a better location here. So if we do this, we can place these right here, and right there.
Energy critical.
Yeah, that makes the whole wall look a lot better. But there's one small issue I need to focus on here, and that is that unfortunately the walls they need some ground to be able to drive on. So we need to go ahead and solve that issue, and the best way to solve that issue is just to move these up by one. So by doing this, we create this kind of region here, and if the gate is like a little bit above the ground, we can actually make a ramp going down to the rest of the map pretty easily. But if it's sunk into the ground, what happens is the ground is going to show inside, and we don't want that. And of course, stick a battery on this. That'll allow you to actually be able to open the doors here. And then you can go through into the next region. And of course, I might decorate the interior to do all kinds of different things. But for now, this works. It's a nice little checkpoint area. So that's the gate module. And let me try to see if I can figure out a way of making the gate more noticeable. I guess one way to do that is to put a number directly above it. I guess that's what this area here will be for. I'll put just like the big number right there with like, I don't know, a light over it or something. So I'm going to go ahead and do that real quick. We're going to place this right there on both sides, and we're going to go ahead and... Oh, we don't have symmetry mode on this.
No energy.
So we're just going to do this. Just max it out so it's easier to see. And just like that, you'll basically notice this light, and there'll be a number directly above it corresponding to which gate it is. And that'll be useful for getting around the map, because there'll be mentions in certain numbers of gates. And if you memorize those gates and their relevance to the story, you'll be able to find out how to get around. I will number them at some point, but that's something for later. Yeah, we have successfully designed the wall here. Alright, so now we have the walls basically done here. I can remove this now. And from here, we need to go ahead and begin placing the walls, which is actually the easiest part of this. We're going to go ahead and grab the wall module, and we're going to just take a look at the region here. And I want to figure out the best place to put these walls. I'll start with over here. Now, I want a wall going from this mountain here, going in this direction here, and then I want to drop it over here. And I want these walls to feel modular, so they're not gonna line up exactly. They're gonna feel like quickly put up modules that kind of just like line up in a way. I'll demonstrate. So let's say that you have a wall in the terrain going this way. At some point it's going to become too short, so what you want to do is you want to do this and just keep going. You're kind of just going to have that kind of this kind of area here where it slightly goes up. It won't be so dramatic, but it'll be something kind of like that.
Fuel critical.
Okay, and I want this region here to be fairly small. I don't want it to be too big. Actually, I'll start by making this wall here. This might be a good start for just testing purposes. I go straight in this direction here. And we're gonna go ahead and place this block right here on the ground as a reference point. Then, just like that, a wall placed. I'm not too happy with this wall placement. I'm probably going to have to design something here to block off people from using this as a way of getting around, but it works. So now we can go ahead and just paste the walls along this here. I want to keep placing them in such a way where they make sure to align with the ground here. And of course I'll have to test with rovers jumping over this. I don't think rovers jumping over this wall is all that important because of the fact this is a starting wall, so it's mostly preventing your player from getting up there instead of vehicles. So let's go ahead and just keep placing these. So as you can see, the wall is coming together. It does look pretty good. You can see all this is working, and it looks fairly decent. I could make the walls taller, but I don't think a taller wall would be necessary, to be honest. I could also just move them back, so that way you don't really have this ledge advantage here. I think that's probably what I'm going to do. I'm going to move them back a little bit. So I'm going to go ahead and paste this right over here, temporarily remove this, and we're going to start over from scratch. And I want to make sure this wall lines up to where I want it to. So
No energy.
Control X. And I want to make sure this wall lines up from here to there. Just in such a way where people can't get over this, so let's see, from here to there, and I need to move over to the side here. So maybe like this. So now that we know this is lined up, we could just place this in the floor. And I want it to be just enough in the floor that it's not going to stick out all that much. Let's say maybe right there. So it's in the ground and it's not coming out all that much. So there we go. Everything's all good. And this is more of an optimal placement for a wall either way. Of course, we could try climbing this with a character. Not very doable. I mean, kind of is, but not exactly. I'll have some barriers and stuff up here to make sure people can't cross this. But even then, even with their player character, I don't think people are going to keep climbing this anytime soon. Yeah, I doubt people are going to try climbing over that. Maybe on this side people might, but I'll do something along here to make sure it's even more difficult. Okay, right over here.
Fuel critical.
Alright, so this is going to be a little while. eventually we're gonna need to find a point where we want to make the gate that goes into this region here. I gotta figure out where's the best spot for that. I'm thinking maybe closer to back here. Do you want to be able to travel a bit to get over here? So yeah, I'll probably put the gates closer to there, so it's more of an open area, and then you'll enter into this. Now I could just make the entire wall out of voxel, but to be honest, if I were to make the entire wall out of voxel, it just wouldn't look right. Not to mention, I don't want to be using too much voxel hand. Because doing a lot of voxel hand changes it's just, it causes a lot of issues later on when we're trying to terraform. Now, the size of these modules does make a pretty big difference because they're, the bigger they are, the less of them have to place. They're
No
only about
energy.
200 blocks each. So if I am able to actually place enough of these, this should be a wall that's only a few thousand blocks, rather than tens of thousands of blocks. That's actually why I got the extra large block mod, because it'll allow me to make stuff like this without causing too much lag. Oops, this comes out of the ground a bit. Need to be mindful about both sides of the wall. And because they're modular, I could just remove a module and replace it later, so it works.
Fuel critical.
I know this wall is probably going to be like about like a kilometer or so, but I don't think it's going to be all too much of a problem. Because if a wall is too long, then you have to worry about the curvature of the planet, but I don't think it's going to be that much of a problem for this wall. Yep, that's fine. I don't think anyone's going to be getting underneath that with their character. Okay, we're almost to the other side here. Now Amsterdam looks like this, which is pretty good. It works. So I'm pretty sure people are going to be using this hill to kind of just climb over and parkour around, which is a small problem that we'll deal with. I'm actually going to check if people can climb this with their characters. I mean, it'd be really difficult, but there are some areas where you can probably try climbing up.
No energy.
Yeah, so people having access to climb this might be a problem, but that's something we can deal with later. I'll probably just make like a special wall right up there, and then I'll make an extension to this wall that's custom built to kind of just go along the edge here to make sure people can't physically go over it. I'm mainly just worried about the slope here. I don't think anyone's going to go past it. But another thing I'm worried about is kind of this rover trying to jump over this. That means I have to be really mindful with the design of rovers. So I'll do a bit of a test here with this rover. I'll
Fuel
make a copy of it
critical.
just in case. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to try to jump over this wall using this rover.
Energy low. Fuel critical.
I mean, it'd be incredibly difficult to jump over. That's a bit of a sneeze. So, are there any other parts of the wall that are really... I'll teleport over here and see if I can get my player character to climb this hill and get over the other side. So you just want to make sure that people can't just, cheese their way through this. And it does look like people can easily cheese through this wall just by walking over this ledge here. So I'm going to need a workaround. think I know exactly what to do. So using these extra large blocks, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to make a bit of a slope here. Nothing perfect, but something that prevents you from getting over this wall. I'm not too worried about this looking too pretty, because it's mostly just like a thing on the edge. But the idea behind it is very simple. As long as you can't climb over from this point here, which I'm pretty sure you can't really get over this. The slope here is a little too extreme, but I'll check just in case. That's almost doable. Can people climb up higher from here? It doesn't really matter. What I'm going to do is I'm just going to block off this corner right here so people physically cannot climb through here. I'm going to do it with maybe one of these. No, that wouldn't work. We just need to make it so it's kind of physically impossible to get over there. No one's going to jump through there. And then what we're going to do is right here. Right here, I'm going to introduce a bit of a special wall that makes sure that players cannot climb over this. I don't think anyone's going to be climbing over this anytime soon. I know this is fairly basic, but it's just to make sure people don't climb up. If I go right here, can I walk up the slope? Yes, I can. If I manage to find a way up here, then that's a problem. I don't want people to do that. We just need this to be high enough so where the slope doesn't really matter. Can you actually still... Wow, the player character is able to climb up this much of an extreme slope. Is anyone even able to actually get up here? Let me test out real quick. If you're down here, can you actually get up there and just walk up? I really don't want to have to put an entire wall mechanism going all the way to the top. Because that is a little bit extreme.
Fuel
Oh, you
critical.
physically can go up here with your character, okay. And how high up can you go? Very high up. Okay, this is a problem. This is a massive problem. So because of this, I need to take a different approach on this. Well, no, I could just make it go all the way up to like there. I don't think anyone's gonna try climbing up the whole thing. So if I were to make this barrier go high enough, then players are not going to be able to actually be able to get up, hopefully. Wow. Okay, this is just getting taller and taller. Oh, what can I do to mitigate that? Because this is already getting to a point where it's not really feasible. Okay, plan B. Terraforming. We just need to make this part high up enough so people can't climb over it that easily. Or we need to make it so that way players are discouraged from going up there. What's the easiest way of doing this? Because I know over here, the easiest way is probably just put like a wall mechanism going around, but I don't want to do something like that over here. It's a bit extreme. But I might have to. Alright, so if I were to just build this going all the way up here, all the way down, it's gonna look ridiculous, but it might work. I don't think anyone can actually climb up this. If they can, that's... Okay, good. People aren't going to be able to stay up there. I just need to find the points where people are going to be climbing up. Probably a little bit higher up doesn't matter either, so I'll go ahead and start with this point right here. Oops. That's confusing. Oh, that still wouldn't look right. Why is it so difficult to get something that looks right? Maybe with... Yeah, if my mic is really loud, I can actually just edit it. Alright, so let me lower the mic a bit. Maybe that's a little bit better. Maybe here. I don't know if that's too high up or not. Alright, so based on what I'm seeing here, there are some issues I need to come up with a solution for. And I think one of the ways I can deal with this is just to use these kind of slopes here, going all the way down, or make a wall that is exactly that angle, going all the way up. Both of which are kind of just temporary solutions, don't really help much. So what I'm gonna do... Oh, I just lowered the mic out because I thought you said it was being loud. If my mic is too quiet, just let me know, and I can actually increase the volume of it. In fact, I can decrease my desktop audio a bit so it's less loud, and that could help. Yeah, I just lowered the... I increased the mic volume and lowered the game volume a little bit. Alright, I'm gonna try to angle this right. So if I were to place a loose block here,
Fuel critical.
I just want the block to get the angle. That angle right there. Now if I align that, now I've kept the angle, I can place this block so that has the exact same angle that I want. Now with this angle, I could just point it at the mountain here in the right direction. Not like that. Oh, actually that works. As long as no one can get on here, it works perfectly. So now I can basically just create this structure that goes all the way up to the top of the mountain. And it won't look too out of place, but the idea of the structure is to make sure people don't climb the mountain. Or at least there's literally no reason to climb the mountain, as you physically can't do anything to get up there. And we might have a few of these throughout the scenario, which is going to look kind of weird, but there's not really much we can do. It's kind of something to prevent people from getting up. Oh, I already did the cavern mapping. I already have the map right here. So I already have an idea of what the regions are going to look like. I'm just building the walls, which are these gray lines on the map here. And these are just dividing the areas. I'm just trying to figure out a way of making it so you can't climb up to regions where you shouldn't be. So we just keep this going up, and now I'll just keep it into the wall to about there. And I can move this and build the rest of the wall. You're welcome, though. Well, actually, it's a difficult question. So I'm trying to figure out ways of doing things here. There isn't that much help that's really needed. It's mostly just trying to figure things out. I did design the wall here. I don't think anyone's going to be able to get over this. I need to figure out a way to keep people out from this area here, which I think the most simple way is just to do some basic terraforming. And that'll make it so people can't break in. I still have to add the gate module in there somewhere. And then if I stick a battery on that, you'll see the way it looks, which is what I want it to look like. Now, in terms of the damage issue, I don't think I have the wall God mode so people can't physically break it, but I'm not gonna have this God mode because people breaking it won't help them get up at all. Even then, getting an enemy all the way up here is gonna be near impossible. So it's not really practical. I mean, the idea behind this is so people don't climb the slope, which for some reason people have superhuman strength and can just go up a 90-degree slope. So yeah, that's actually why I'm doing this, is to make sure people can't find ways to get into the map and like too early, basically. I don't really mind if people get out of bounds in the map, because if they go out of bounds, it's basically a death sentence and they're going to be forced to respawn. But if they manage to get into a region they're not supposed to, then that's an even bigger problem. And that's one that has a lot more consequences. Mm-hmm. So let's just go ahead and I think a simple wall like this is going to be more than enough to make sure people don't pass this area. We're going to need a lot of these walls. There we go, I think that's enough. I don't think anyone's going to climb up this.
Fuel critical.
Yeah, it's impossible to climb that with your player character, so we're good on that front. No one's getting up there, no one's going to be able to climb all that. That means that this wall is functional. Of course, parkouring onto the wall, Good luck. Well, that can still be done. So, just to make it even harder, let's go ahead and done. Extra large small grid blocks would be nice, but I don't know if that'd be too helpful. Yeah, I have blocked off the area that I'm concerned about, and no one's going to be able to get past that corner, at least. Now, of course, I need to figure out the gate. So I do want people to go through this gate into the next region, and I want the gate to be over here, so I gotta pick one of these to be the gate.
Energy critical.
Logically speaking, I think I should make it so it follows this path here. I'll make it like here, this one. So if I were to place a battery right here, the entire thing has power and you can see all the lights turn on, which is what we want as a marker to show that this gate has been activated and you can go through. Okay, I just need to build a connection point across. All the way across here. Because what I want is I want to remove this module and replace it with the gate module. This should be pretty simple. So now this has been isolated. We can delete that and we can go ahead and place the gate module, which is pretty simple. There we go, and I just gotta place this in between at the right spot. So maybe there. So now we have this.
Salutations!
You are very loud. Hold on. We lower your volume there, and there we go. So yeah, now we have this. We have an entrance here. And that's exactly what we need. And of course on the inside you can see a little bit of sand, that's fine, but you do have some ground here. And of course this little lip here, I don't know, I think this will be fine. I think what I'm going to do actually is... oh, that wouldn't work. I'll just use heavy armor blocks for now to make a little extension here. Like that. So your rover can get in and out if you really wanted to. And while we're at it, we're going to go add a number 1 on this. Actually, let me look at the map here, because I should probably label which one's which. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. I don't know if numbering them chronologically all around here would make sense. I think it would make sense if the facility was kind of hold on, let me get the snipping tool here. I think it would make more sense that all of these are labeled. So that way, like, these here would be like 1, and then as the facility expands, the numbers get higher. So I'm going to go ahead and get pen here, and we're going to assume maybe this is one. Actually, I need a different pen color. So this is one. This is two. We can make this three. Um,
Frick, my internet cut out.
trying to figure out what all these should be. So if I were to make, erase that. If I were to make these one, this one two, this one down here is three, four, then this would be, I'm trying to figure this out. Four, five, six. I don't even know if the gates should even be numbered at this point. I'm trying to figure it out. Well, okay, so the story behind the scenario, I will drop like little like things from time to time explaining some of the story, but I don't want to go too deep into it because that'd just be straight spoilers. And the story is subject to change as we build it. But yeah, this is pretty much a remake of the Acleophobia scenario on the workshop. So we're just completely revamping it and changing everything. But most of the things are kind of staying the same, like some of the things. Okay, let me try to figure out how this is going to work. Maybe these gates should only have numbers if they're corresponding to a specific region. That's what I'm thinking at this point. So
I
one
think
will
that
be,
makes sense.
yeah, one would be here for the main facility. Maybe number two was for the reactor facility here. Two. These will just be left open. Number three will be this one over here. Four will be the one that we're at over here. So it's just kind of this outer area here. No, that's not
Want
four.
me to set this to 4?
No, I'm working. Hold on. This right here will make four. Yeah. So the basic premise of this scenario is, well, you're basically a traveler on an interstellar ship, very small crew, but basically you're intercepted by a distress signal on this planet, and you're sent to investigate. But the shuttle that you use ends up crashing in this region here. So you have to explore the entire map on foot, trying to find out what's going on with this facility. There's going to be creatures around the place. I won't get too much into details, but essentially this scenario is a first-person shooter, somewhat of a horror scenario, but not too much of it. But yeah, you basically in the scenario you gotta learn how to survive using your hand weapons and stuff, which is the overall idea. Also, you gotta scavenge for your resources and weaponry, which makes it a little more difficult. Okay, one, two, three, four. I think three and four should be switched. So this will be three. This one will be four. We'll throw five over here. Yeah, the original scenario is very fun, but the issue with the original scenario is that it's quite laggy because of a lot of issues that weren't really considered. For one, the location of the scenario was like physically underground, which caused it to you're unable to spawn enemies and stuff using instant projection because it's technically underground. In this scenario, it's still underground, but not physically underground, if that makes sense. It's supposed to be underground, but we basically sandwich the entire region in between two planets, which, like over here you can see,
Fuel
there's a planet above
critical.
us and a planet below. So it kind of looks a lot more like a cave without having to dig all this, and now allow enemies to be able to spawn properly. So that's going to be something tricky. Yeah, that's why the sky looks like this, because you are kind of in a cavern of sorts. Most of this is underground. There's a lot to deal with. But yeah, one of the best parts of the scenario is just the aspect that you need to scavenge for your resources, including oxygen. So you kind of just have to figure out how to survive uh, just by wandering around. It does make it a very tricky thing. Oh boy, I have to go and figure out how to make that now. Now, I'm not going to deal with the power source of this gate just about yet, because to put it simply, that's a mechanical issue we'll deal with later. For now, we just want to set up the walls and kind of these barriers that prevents people from going between regions.
Do you want me to work on this barrier here on the edge of this
Yeah,
wall?
well, I'm trying to figure out how to make a barrier here that'll successfully be able to go through. I'm thinking this one's probably just going to be a simple, just a very simple wall barrier. I'm trying to figure out the best way to do this.
And you could put a
Maybe
jumping hook and you can get up on the wall.
like this? Would that work?
Oh, you're up there. I see. I noticed the stream doesn't have very much of a delay this time, which is nice.
Yeah, delays happen unfortunately because of internet connection issues.
It's not as
I'm
bad
just
this
gonna,
time though.
yeah, I'm gonna make a simple device here, which basically is just going to allow me
That's
to
smart.
get the angle right. This means I'll have to use less blocks.
Yeah, that's pretty smart.
Yeah, just like that. That will delete itself soon. I'm also gonna set the factions in this scenario as well, so I can actually make each of these owned by their respective factions for each of these structures. This can be a problem.
Yeah, it sticks out quite a bit. Maybe you might need a less steeper angle, possibly.
I'm not too worried about the angle, I'm just worried about how it's gonna look here. Because the thing is, people are gonna try to find ways to kind of squeeze in, get over the wall, so I just want to make sure that people can't do that easily.
Gotcha.
Yeah, this part of the wall here is necessary because I just want to see if people can actually climb up this. Kind of extreme, but yeah, people aren't going to be able to climb over that, which is fine, but I just gotta look around just in case there's any other areas where people might try climbing.
No
I guess if someone
energy.
tries to climb this, I gotta put a barrier there as well, which connects to this one. And I'm not too worried about this because of the fact you're not even gonna see it. It's gonna be pitch black in here, so you're not gonna see this at all.
Just gonna.
Okay, let me
I
just
know you
go
won't see
ahead
this,
and
but it will annoy me if I don't. just
people
because
are
I know it's there.
definitely gonna squeeze in through here. Just gotta make sure it's just tight enough. There we go.
There we go.
No one's gonna squeeze through.
Yeah, nobody's getting in there.
Yep.
Uh,
And now,
I'm gonna make this heavy armor though, just in case.
you should definitely make it heavy armor. In fact, if you're gonna make it heavy armor, make it multiple layers.
Fuel critical.
Yeah, no one's gonna break through that. That's fine. And this is just to prevent people from skipping over to the next region. Pretty simple. Let's see, do I have the map? Here it is.
There we go.
So right now we are making this wall right here. This one. And I want to make this wall over here, which has a bit of a corner there. That's going to be tricky to do. I gotta make another temporary wall right over here to make sure people don't climb this mountain range.
The wall module. Oh, can you spawn the wall module that I can save?
Yeah. Hold on. I'll put it right down there. It is godlit, so don't worry about it. But yeah, making this next wall is going to be interesting, especially with how we're going to try to frame this area here. Because I do want the crashed shuttle to be right over here somewhere, right by like a landing pad of sorts. And we're going to need to make a lot more walls. Because I do want people to explore a pretty large region around here. But right now my biggest concern is people climbing over this wall here. So if people climb out, that's going to be a big problem because they'll just be able to just climb over into other regions they shouldn't get into yet.
There we go. I took a screenshot of the map you showed on stream so I can
I'm also thinking that we don't need to worry about people getting outside the map all too much because people have limited oxygen.
Mm-hmm.
So if someone does manage to get outside the map, they're not going to last all that long. They need to be around the oxygen depots in order to refuel their
What's
oxygen.
the wall for here? Down
Which
in
one?
this valley. Right here. If you have Shaw players on.
Yeah, I'm going towards you right now.
What's this wall gonna be for? Since it's labeled as free.
Let me see. I'm trying to figure out where exactly. Are you talking about the one on the very edge of the map?
No. Right next to starting region on right to left of the starting region. Wall.
Hold on. I think you're talking about.
Because there's a wall where my character is currently on the map.
Not in this region. You're talking about this wall.
Wait. Yeah.
Yeah.
I was at the wrong place. I'm being dumb. Over here. Okay, never mind. I see now. Listen now.
Okay, so the purpose of the wall where I'm at right here is to make sure people have to go around and take the canyon in order to reach to the next area.
No, I was just being dumb. I was looking at the wrong side of the wall.
Yeah, and if you're talking about area number, the one that's labeled 3 on the map,
Yeah.
the one over there going leading to the communication area, that's to make sure you can't go into the communication area too early.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I
Pretty
realized
simple.
that now. I was looking at the wrong side of the wall.
Mm-hmm. I'm gonna try to deal with this area right here to make sure people don't climb this.
No energy.
Do you want me to place the wall over here?
which one?
Free.
Well, if you want to place wall number 3, like in that region, sure. But one thing I do want to mention is that this area right here, where my character's at right now,
Find you.
is a
You
specific.
let me
Oh,
find
I
you.
teleport over here.
I have show players on. It's not showing you for some reason.
It's because I don't have my thing turned on. I don't have any energy. But basically,
That
this
area?
this region, I want this area here to be gated off because when you eventually do open up this area, you can use a vehicle to actually go along this path up to the communications area.
Gotcha. You want to spawn the gate module that I can save it?
Yes. Or actually, we don't need it just about yet. Just because the thing is, it's like you just paste it.
Mm-hmm. Just don't want to forget about it.
Yeah. I'll go ahead and grab the module here.
Fuel critical.
Here it is. And of course, it has a spot on it for putting a number, which I haven't figured out what color the number is going to be just about yet.
Could make it hazard yellow.
Well,
Industrial
yeah,
yellow.
we already do have hazard yellow everywhere. One thing that is that we do want to mention here on this scenario is that all of the everything that's a station will not despawn, but anything that's not a station will despawn. So just keep that in mind. I'm gonna go ahead and build this simple barrier just to make sure people don't climb into the this region.
All right.
This would be a lot easier if we had what's it called border blocks from Minecraft. Those will make everything so much easier. But of course, this game doesn't work like Minecraft because it doesn't have the
Border blocks?
border blocks are these wall type blocks that basically make a fully vertical barrier you cannot pass through, no matter what height you're at.
Huh. I never
They're
heard of that before.
they are not available in the creative menu. They have to be spawned in.
Never heard about those before.
Yeah, there's a barrier blocks, which are just invisible blocks that you cannot break and you can't pass through. But border blocks are the ones that are like basically walls, invisible walls. That is.
Gotcha.
I found them really useful when I made scenarios back in the time when I did make scenarios for Minecraft and stuff.
Huh. This is the
That's
first
fun.
time hearing about them personally.
Yeah, they're interesting. But we don't have them in Space Engineers, so that's really unfortunate. We just have to make a big physical wall. This is a problem. I don't want people sneaking through. Don't want anyone sneaking through this little corner here, so I'm going to go and expand this by another block here. And then I need to figure out how to block this little part here. So I'm going to go ahead, go underneath, and I'm going to place...
It should line up right. Gotta make sure. Looks like it will, yeah.
There we go. I don't think anyone's going to pass through this. Nope. In fact, that's a good way of getting stuck.
Oh yeah, trying to climb these walls is it's very easy to get stuck trying to climb these walls with how alien terrain is.
Yeah, that's kind of the idea. We don't want people climbing over them, period. Let's see. No one's going to be able to jump over this. There's no way anyone's going to bring a vehicle up here either way, so... That's all good. Of course, the sim speed seems fine, which is also something we gotta keep an eye out as we're building.
Yeah,
We gotta
X5
make sure...
blocks are amazing.
Yeah, these blocks are amazing because it makes sure that we don't have so many blocks being loaded in all at once. Imagine trying to make these walls out of heavy armor.
No energy.
The sim speed would
it's,
not be happy.
it's gonna be very tough to place a gate on this wall because ground's so uneven.
Oh, don't worry about it. Yeah, I can make the gates part. It's
Oh,
pretty simple
yeah.
because what you can do with the gate is make sure it sticks out of the ground by a bit, and we can then make I can move it up or down, and I can also make like a little bridge of sorts or like a ramp specifically designed for it.
Gotcha.
Okay, that corner over there is going to need some work to make sure we don't climb the mountain into that region there. Yeah, about this mountain, I gotta check to make sure people aren't going to climb this one. So
Also, gotta make sure nobody would climb the one by me.
yeah,
Fuel
We'll
critical.
start working on that.
I just have to double check all this to make sure no one's going to find a way up. At least not from here, looks like. Is there any way people can do the parkour up? Parkour might be possible, but it's going to be difficult. Oh, this terrain might actually be perfect for making sure people can't get up. I don't think anyone's going to climb up this. Or they can try. So yeah,
From
that
these
part right there.
berries. Oh wait, actually, no.
Okay, let me grab voxel hands here, and I'm gonna go ahead and work on this. I need to change materials. Where is it? So now if I rotate this, I need to change material this now. And changing materials is... How do I change materials? That one. So now I just gotta find the material that I want. I want to find... Alien Rocky Mountain. I'm gonna go and place some of this right here. Just to make sure no one gets through. That's the wrong one. Terrain. There we go. So no one can go through there. Guaranteed. And we're going to do the same thing here. I'm actually going to go into trash removal for voxels, and I'm going to go and suspend voxel submit changes. I'm going to suspend that so people can't use that to do things. So now that makes it impossible to get up through here. I'm not going to be able to parkour through this. Perfect. What about in between there? Better safe than sorry. There we go.
Yeah, I gotta fix that. Not a bounds fair.
And I'll double check around the place just in case. I don't want people finding ways up. I might just make this go even further up, but to be honest, if someone's going to be dedicated enough to climb all of this by foot, that's some serious dedication. It's actually easier to just go through the gates. Plus, the gates will allow you to get back too. So I'm just going to leave this as is. I think that's plenty. I don't think anyone's going to try going up that way. It's just not worth it. I don't really care about people getting out of the map too much because oxygen is limited, so that's fine.
No energy.
What I want to do is I want to make a something going this way, and then turning 90 degrees to the right into the next mountain. So if I look at where I'm at right now, we're at this part here. I want it to go this way and then turn right around there, just so we have this desert area here. I think the best way of doing this will be maybe from this slope where I'm at right now and going straight in that direction.
Okay.
Alright, might as well
I don't
start.
think anybody
Fuel
can
critical.
get up here. Maybe.
That's the start of this wall. That is a pretty decent area for exploration. We could fill a bunch of different things in this area alone. Just at the start here. I do want it to be a little bit barren, but not too barren. You can hide Easter eggs and stuff around later. Ooh, that's not fun. Alright, time to remove this and find a way to make it even lower.
There we go.
There we go, that looks better. Though it's kind of weird.
What are you working on right now?
Yeah, no one's gonna jump over this. And even with a rover, you're gonna want to go that way. Escaping the map with a rover is not gonna help you at all. In fact, that's kind of just soft walking yourself, so.
Oh, you're making an out of bounds area?
Well, I'm just making a wall here to basically keep people from going, the wrong way. So people know that they have to go towards the other gates. In fact, I'll probably put like a data pad with a GPS somewhere. Maybe in the rover itself, so you know where to take it.
Also, you could have the lights on, but on red, so people know not to go that direction.
That is a good choice, actually. Making the border walls red, so you know that these are walls you should not go over. That's kind of a yeah, that is a good idea. So you kind of know the constraints of the map.
Yeah. Should I just put a reactor in it and shove it with a ton of uranium?
No, a battery works better.
Won't it slowly deplete over time, though?
We're using lights.
Fair.
A single battery is just yeah. You can put it on the opposite side of the wall,
15
and then if
days.
you that's plenty.
I'll put 2 just to be safe.
I haven't placed all the walls, so don't
Oh
do
wait,
it.
yeah, you're right. But yeah, you can really see. People will know not to go that direction.
Mm-hmm.
I don't even know if you need to explain that.
Yeah, that just looks like a danger zone of sorts, which is kind of what we want. We'll just mention that anything outside the facility is just a it's an area you don't want to be in. It's just that unsafe.
Mhm. Can probably mention it in war tidbits.
Mm-hmm. I'll probably just mention it earlier in the map that like leaving the compound facilities or just like the outer walls, it's a very
No
unsafe
energy.
wasteland without any oxygen. So basically, people need to stay near certain facilities that produce oxygen. I guess that makes sense in a way.
Mhm.
You're trying to deal with the wall over there.
Oh, that's finished now.
That
I'll probably get to work on the wall on the south side.
I have to make a barrier over there where your character is right now, under the map.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I got to make a
I
barrier
mean,
so people don't go up there.
do we really need to though? I mean, it's not like
Just a basic one in that corner. It's basically just to make sure people don't use what is it called? It's to make sure people don't use
Fuel critical.
what are they called? It's to make sure people don't bring the rovers out of bounds and stuff like that, and also to make sure people don't just try speedrunning by going outside the walls and going to another area in a way.
gotcha.
Like, yeah, there are some ways you can get your character out, but I don't want people bringing like full vehicles of loot around the
Oh
place.
wait, I can build in spectator? Why couldn't I before?
We're in survival.
Yeah, but I'm able to build in spectator right now.
Yeah, yeah, you have to be near the thing you're building.
Oh, that kind of makes sense. It's very finicky though, it seems.
Mm-hmm. Hello, flanker.
Salutations.
I
You sound tired.
only a little.
Oh,
Understandable.
he says. Hick. Excuse me.
Alright, gotta keep going on this.
Oh. Hmm. Hmm.
Alright, it's gonna take a little bit with these wall modules to get to the right area, but it's gonna look pretty neat when it's done. What do you think of these walls, flanker?
Let me take a look at it from the front.
Uh, they're identical on both sides. Well,
Um. Interesting.
it does kind of give off the feel of a wall. It kind of divides an area.
Yeah.
Kind of the industrial look. Very slight sci-fi, but not too much. It just looks like a big metal or concrete wall, which is kind of what I want it to look like.
There we go, just basic.
I look forward to when we actually finish all the walls throughout the whole everything, because then we can move past this and move on to the more interesting stuff.
Mm-hmm.
terraforming is going to be interesting. I'm actually wondering how much of voxel hand we can get away with before the entire world starts to have issues.
Well, hopefully we won't find out.
Because the thing is, we're not going to be digging giant holes for the most part. For the most part. I intend to be using voxel hands that to instead of make big holes, kind of
No
like the scenario
energy.
suggests, I'm going to use them to replace voxel instead of removing it. Hopefully that causes a lot less issues.
Alright, I'm gonna work on this south wall.
Alright.
Fuel critical.
Ooh, this will-
Oh yeah, are these walls god mode?
The what?
Yeah, I believe they're god. I believe Draga said they're god moded.
Yeah, the walls are god mode so people can't cheese their way through them.
Yeah.
You can ram them with a bunch of rovers, you can shoot them with all of your ammo, you can even bring enemies towards them. The enemies will not break through them. I think I'm only going to make this go a certain distance and then turn so maybe it's just this area. Maybe not all the way out there, but maybe just this area. The less we build, the better. Because to be honest, the walls are just they're just barriers. They don't really do much. Maybe today it's just going to be the walls episode.
Yeah. Oh,
Well, the good news is that the walls themselves are going to be it's a simple task. It just takes a while. It'd take even longer if we were building this one block at a time.
Yeah, I'm confused. Oh, I see. I think I placed this wrong.
It happens. This one goes super low. Alright. Yeah, this is a slope. It's misaligned.
Someone could jump that if they got on a car.
They probably could. I'll deal with that later. um, where is it? After Phoenix,
Just
he's building that
Put a
wall.
bomb on it, and if someone jumps out, it blows up.
Oh, there won't be any way for people to build onto their, yeah. So, technically people can't use, warheads or whatever, they want to be able to have a welder. But, in terms of, jumping is definitely an issue. So I could make a small thing here. Just a very small, to be honest, I'm probably just gonna do something like, more like this. I think that'll be enough. But yeah, I have a certain road that I'll be using for testing because I'll just be making our vehicles with 3x3 wheels or 2x2 wheels even. So people aren't gonna have all that much of the ability to jump. And even then, I might design the rovers in a very specific way to make sure that they cannot
No
jump much if at
energy.
all. I mean, I think the easiest way to prevent a rover from being able to jump is just to build underneath them, give them like an under carriage of sorts, like an under panel. That basically makes it so they have less ground clearance. That way they don't have as much space to be able to jump.
Question, Drago.
What is your question?
Will the walls that does not have gates have lights enabled? And if so, will they be a different color?
Depends on the walls. I see the ones you're talking about. Those ones will just have their default colors by default.
But then people might get lost trying to figure out where gates are.
The
Fuel
gates have a
critical.
special light above them, like a white light. Yeah.
Gotcha.
The idea is that as you travel, it's just going to be really difficult to find out where you're going for the most part, unless you know exactly where you're going. There'll be data pads and like buildings and stuff around the place, so you at least know where those kind of things are. And yeah, the buildings will have lights on them, so you'll be able to see the buildings from a distance.
So just gonna make sure buildings that do not have gates automatically have their lights on.
Yeah, because the buildings are not attached to the gates.
Or not buildings, walls without gates.
Yeah. You can have some of them with lights, some of them without, but I think for now they'll have their lights on. I mean, if you want, we can make them red, so people know that that is a barrier wall instead of a wall they're meant to pass through.
What do you think?
Because right now the walls you have are capped. They have the default orange, but if you were to make them like red, then it would make it a lot more difficult. Or yeah, people will know it's kind of like a barrier wall there.
Mm-hmm.
It's also
So
going to
I'm
be
kind of
interesting when
thinking.
someone goes through the canyon, and when they reach the other side, they notice it's like, oh, I just went past that wall.
Oh,
To be honest, I don't even think GPS points are even necessary because I might just have like lights as like a
mhm.
light is gonna have
Yeah,
a
I
lot
think
of
that.
meaning in this scenario. You'll be using light to determine where enemies are. You'll be using it to determine where walls and buildings are. If there's no lights around, that means there's like nothing there at all.
That's
I'm
just
getting
good
some
game
weird.
design.
Yeah, that's
Mm-hmm.
some weird desync. Yeah, I'm getting some ghost blockage here.
Yeah, sorry. That could just be my
That's
connection.
unfortunate. This piece of wall that was misaligned earlier, for me, it's still here.
Oh.
And I tried deleting it, and I can't delete it.
Oh no, that's normal. Hold control. Hold control to delete.
Control.
Yeah, because we're in survival mode, it doesn't work by default.
That's what I did. I did control delete. Oh, control delete.
Mm-hmm.
I see. Nope, it's still there. I'll just reconnect real quick. So yeah,
I think I'm gonna keep. I'm
I
gonna
guess
keep
I'll
this
make
wall going for a
barrier
bit,
walls
'cause-
red.
Yeah, I'm not done with this wall over here yet, so.
Mm-hmm.
And the terrain over here is kind of dramatic.
Second, gonna go grab my water bottle while I'm loading.
I think I'm gonna make the wall turn pretty soon, because this terrain is starting to get kind of weird. Yeah, the wall is starting to become sideways from the curvature of the planet. So yeah, right where I'm at over here, I'm gonna go ahead and turn the wall, which is simple. It basically adds up to just doing this, and then it's about this.
No energy.
Then just like that. So yeah, we want to avoid making very, very long walls because that causes some issues I've noticed. Like what is it? We traveled like maybe 1 or 2 kilometers, and you already notice the curvature on this wall, which is now going to be pointing inwards. I guess that's fine because people are only going to see it from the side anyways.
Fuel critical.
But yeah, this is just a note for later to not make the wall so long.
You can make a tower with a rotor in it. They can rotate the walls if needed.
What I might do actually instead, at a certain point, if I need to make a really long wall, I'm actually going to make a custom voxel hill of sorts, and then I'm going to go ahead and place the wall going into that hill. Let's just grab this here. So where is it applicable? Probably only to like this wall here, maybe these walls over here. So maybe like these intersection points I'll make like small hills. But everything else here seems to be perfectly reasonably sized. As long as they're around this size, it's not a problem. To deal
I've
with the
returned.
curvature of the planet.
Okay, ghost blockage seems to be gone. It's Flanker. Oh, Flanker's just vibing, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
But
Oh, you just vibing.
yeah, playing Risk of Rain.
Maybe. Man, I kind of wish the scenario was done already so I could just play it. We gotta get through all this building.
Man.
Issue Drago. One of the walls goes over a ravine. How are we gonna do that?
It
Put a
doesn't.
sewer gate underneath it.
No, it doesn't. Let me explain why.
Oh,
Wait, where are you at?
here. A wall goes over this ravine on the
No,
map.
look at the map real quick.
Or does it stop before it?
Yeah, the idea is that the wall blocks you, so you have to use the ravine in order to travel past it.
Oh, I thought there was a gate. But
No,
in
the
between
idea
spaces
here
in this
is that
area.
you kind of explore one region, but then you have to use this ravine to travel to the next area, which is right over there, and that basically
Oh, you can't get across the ravine, so you have to go back. Oh, I see.
yeah,
Okay, gotcha.
that's the idea behind it. Kind of smart, isn't it? Just make it
It's
so people
as
physically
a
cannot get to the next area, but they have to take a special path that's naturally occurring here, and that kind of I don't want to say narrates because that seems a little bit too strict. I guess it kind of encourages players to take, yeah, it kind of, well, Vines does work as well. Yeah, it basically makes sure people follow a specific path in order to get to the next area. And that means that you can have like specific cutscenes or specific encounters happen, no matter how many times you play the scenario.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
No energy.
Okay, so there
'Cause-
is a slight lag spike when you unload the wall.
Yeah, it's just me teleporting and loading stuff. Sorry about that. Ooh, that's. Ooh, that's not. I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna extend this wall instead of yeah, I'm just gonna extend this wall instead of pushing it down. That's probably the best option for this. Oof. I didn't realize you have the harpoon mod in here.
Here we do.
Yes.
Huh.
That's gonna be fun. Because you can, I'm thinking that you can use that with specific vehicles to carry stuff around.
What does the heart?
Fuel
Oh,
critical.
Gravies. Right.
Mm-hmm.
You should put it on a mech.
Actually, I might put it on the mechs. So the mechs have their carry ability and a harpoon ability. Since they are just loading
sounds like
mechs.
it's going to be. That sounds like it's going to be clean.
I don't think it'd be abused, to be honest. It's not very useful.
Okay, listen.
Or actually,
if you put it on a vehicle, I'm immediately when beta testing gonna try and use it to climb up to the roof of the cave.
I don't think it can reach that far. But I'm thinking about it, because there are some logical ways it could work and some logical ways it wouldn't work. What I think I might do for it is I might make it so the harpoon is not on a vehicle at all. It's actually just gonna be fixed on a specific building, so you can use it to carry things around. Think of it like a puzzle of sorts to carry things around.
Yeah.
Oh, you should totally make some puzzles.
Oh, there's absolutely gonna be puzzles, just like the original scenario, which we still need to finish. We need to finish our playthrough of it sometime. What was it? We got to, I think, I'm trying to remember the map of that scenario in my mind. We got to like the top left corner, but we don't even have a vehicle yet. Yeah, we need to get vehicles in that scenario, which means we need to explore more, but we aren't even halfway through it.
I have that wall placed in a place like that. Oops, let me fix that.
So one thing that is nice about the old scenario is that we can actually use the terrain to our advantage against the bosses.
I noticed.
The enemies are not very smart, to be honest. So yeah, they can be defeated just by using the local terrain. Alright, so I'm gonna do this, and I'll probably put the crashed thing like in the field over there, and I'll probably have like a building or something over here. As for this wall, I'm gonna go ahead and deal with it real quick. How big is this wall now? 18,000 blocks? That's fine. At least it's a station. So now we have something that looks like this. And because of the way I have the scenario set up, it only loads a certain amount of the wall. So it won't lag because it's not loading the whole thing. That's handy. I'll leave that.
Now, how high do you think you have to bring the wall up before your cars can no longer get up it?
To be honest, cars are not going to be able to climb that at all. With the way they're designed, they will not be able to climb any of this, no matter how hard you try. They're going to bottom out constantly.
Really? The
My
main
concern
thing
is
we're
player
worried about.
characters. Yeah, because the thing is, for some reason your character can walk up a 90-degree slope.
Yeah.
That's not great, so I gotta figure out ways of making sure people don't do that. Although, at the very beginning of the map, I'm not too concerned. Because no one's gonna have the
No
oxygen to do
energy.
anything. In fact, I'm probably not gonna introduce oxygen bottles until like later on in the scenario, so you're gonna have to deal with going inside like rooms and stuff to get your oxygen. So yeah, lots of these barriers are just to make sure you don't wander off in the wrong way. This is fine. You can go over here. I'm actually gonna teleport to this area here. This works, but I think people are gonna try to find a way to walk around that if they really wanted to. No, I don't think it's an issue. People are gonna suffocate out there. Alright, so this all
You said
works.
to just do a very simple wall, since honestly we don't even need to try and stop them that much. If they get out there and get stuck, that's their fault. The things
Yeah,
out there.
but there are specific regions we don't want them to get into
Fuel
because then they
critical.
can get like oxygen and stuff. Like this area over here. I don't want people doing this. Which is kind of ridiculous.
Where are you? Hold on, let me look.
I can walk up to here.
Oh, what? Where is that?
It's
Man,
this
I didn't
this
realize
wall
you.
here.
Oh man,
Yeah,
I
you
didn't
can walk up a
realize
crazy slope.
Sheesh.
Do not
Didn't realize it was
despair.
that bad.
Yeah, that's how bad the current situation is. Like we need to really make sure people can't abuse it. So maybe something like this will be fine. It's gonna be pitch black anyway, so no one's gonna see this. Yeah, no one's gonna climb up this. They're gonna walk up here, and at a certain point, they're just not gonna be able to anymore. Perfect. As for this area over here, we're gonna need more wall. All the way over there. I'm going to set this up and try to place it to the best of my ability to make sure people don't break through.
Okay, good. You can fall here.
I can imagine someone trying to speedrun this scenario just being like, let's just take this shortcut at the very start of the map and immediately go to the end. I already know
Honestly, I
someone's
wouldn't
gonna
be
try it.
surprised.
Yeah, I already know someone's probably gonna try it. But then again, that's another reason why I have put the moon so close, because the moon acts as its own barrier, preventing you from climbing over the top of these mountains into certain areas too. I don't want people breaking through the bottom here, so I'm gonna place some more. The struggles of trying to design the levels.
Why am I placing some of these walls so horribly?
So that's fine. Right over here. Just across. And I just want this to go until it reaches there. I don't know if anyone's even gonna try climbing up through here, to be honest. But just in case, I'll make it go all the way. I want this to be tightly sealed. Also, something for the enemy design. I'm gonna try to make it so the enemies don't
No energy.
travel that far from the player. So if they are flying or just fast moving, I'm gonna make sure they don't go super far so they don't run into these walls.
Gotcha.
I think that'll be really
Okay.
handy.
I have the south wall completed.
Awesome.
So I don't have
For the most part, we
enemies
need to
set
figure
up.
out like a barrier for the rest of the wall there, or the hill, I guess.
Yeah, gun.
The heck? Why didn't
I mean, to be honest, I thought about putting like a Gatling gun or something on the roof or something, like a special turret that would shoot anyone that tries to get over. But to be honest, that seems a little bit too extreme as a as a way of preventing people from going
What?
through. Because that the thing is, when you try to make something like that, people will just take it as a challenge.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, people are being like, "Oh, maybe I'm supposed to go
Fuel
through there."
critical.
And believe me, there are people that are going to do that. There are people that are just going to look at the something like that and be like, "Oh, this scenario is hard, so I guess I'm supposed to break through this somehow." I guess probably one of the simplest ways to put it. People are going to try to find ways to do things they're not supposed to. And the thing is, if you try to make a very direct way of preventing people from doing certain things, or some kind of a way, they're just going to try to find a way around it. They're going to assume it's part of the experience.
I guess.
Mhm. Gosh, I'm trying to remember the what was it, the second scenario, the bug defense scenario, when we were beta testing it. Oh boy, we're gonna have to find some ways to prevent people from getting access to welders and grinders, because the way we already had it didn't quite work out as planned. People found a way to get them anyways.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, on that, on the defense one didn't really matter because when the bugs got to the turrets, they would just destroy the blocks and nothing could be really repaired.
No, the problem was that people were using them to build their own things,
Oh, how are people
or
managing
basically
to,
to people were using it to troll, if that makes any sense. So if
Yeah.
someone got access to a grinder, they would just use it to grind down the reactor, causing everyone to lose the thing. Or if they got access to a welder, they would start to make attachments to the base and stuff to make it fully invulnerable and stuff like that. Because the enemies weren't very
How
smart
did-
or weren't well designed to get through.
how did they manage to get frickin' welders and grinders?
So there is an assembler in the scenario which you could access in a way. What people did was that they would produce the welders or grinders or whatever they wanted, and then there's a system in the map specifically designed to eject those items whenever they're detected. However, it takes like a second or two to do that.
Hmm.
Yeah, because unfortunately, what's it called? What's it called? A connector on eject all and what's it called? A conveyor sorter. They don't run very quickly. They take their time. So if you could just make them and pull them out of the assembler before they're ejected,
Gotcha.
and that causes some very big problems.
Mm. Somebody could log up that.
Yeah, I will have a
Yes,
more direct system on how to handle that when we get to that scenario, of course. Right now, I'm trying to figure out these other things. Okay, I'm not worried about people escaping this region over here because, as a fun thing, by the time you get to this area, you'll already have that area discovered, so there's no point to blocking this off. People could just jump down if they really wanted to.
No energy.
Oh wait, so we don't need to block this region off?
Oh, well, the region I'm looking at right now is Spectator.
Oh.
The communications area. Uh, there's no reason to block it off and make sure people can't get to that area down there.
So I'm guessing when you go to comms, you get the data packs for stuff.
Uh, how do I explain this without spoiling things? Or without spoiling too much, because I'm still not done trying to figure out the story. So, the way I have it, in order to get to the communications area, you need to basically go to the reactor area to lift a certain lockdown for that area. Once you do that, you basically restore power to the gate, and then you can travel to the communications. From the communications, if you wanted to, you can actually just jump down to the lava lake region again. Doesn't really matter. But
I think
you
I
should
found
not be
a
able to
pretty
get.
good way to make. I think I found a pretty good way to make these out of bound walls.
I use them. I make them out of extra large blocks, the full size ones, because people can't shoot those no matter how much ammo they have. It won't break through that easily at all.
As long as they can't get
I
their
figured
hands
out how to
on
make them tight to where you can't sneak through without having to finagle it a ton.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I have an idea. I'm gonna make this part up here look like a dam.
the dam.
This whole area right here. Just right where the communications area is. So, as I'm building this dam of sorts, I'm actually gonna go ahead and well, on the back I'm gonna make what are they called again? Those glowing blocks. So
Oh,
I guess
yeah,
it's
I
a
figured
dam
it
that's
was
retaining
blocks.
lava.
Where are you?
Right by the communications area.
Oh, I see.
I haven't been paying attention. Is that an ending?
There are how many different endings do I have planned out right now?
Oh, you're gonna make this a dam
Like-
here?
I guess there are like 5 different endings. I think.
So you're gonna
Yeah,
make
5
this
different endings.
area dam here?
Yeah, right here.
If-
So when you get to the
if
communications area, you just have like a dam holding back some lava.
We can work on decorating that later.
Yeah, for now we just want to get the basic stuff. Since this is mostly a barrier to make sure people don't go from the lava area to the communications directly, so they have to go around.
Oh, so this will be a lava area?
The area that we're over right now is a lava area. I'm planning on making those. You see those like I wouldn't call it ravines, but these
Yeah,
little dugouts here. I'll make them look like lava lakes and stuff.
With glowing armor? Dang, it's gonna be a high block, but nice.
Well, I think the issue with that is we gotta figure out how to fill them with welders. I do have a way
you
of
could
doing
just
it,
god
though.
mode it.
No, I'm not worried about the welders being or gun moding that.
Oh wait, welders? Why do you need welders?
Huggies.
So the moment you step on it, you start dying, basically.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Oh.
It's a very simple concept. The original Acrophobia actually has the same concept, except I left the welders on instead of using a sensor system. So yeah, the SimSpeed does drop even more.
Ran
because
out
of
of
that.
power and
No, power's not an issue. The issue is just SimSpeed because there's so many of them. So make it so the lava pools only do damage when you are when you get close enough to them. That's what I'm
Yeah.
thinking. Yeah, of course vehicles will be immune, so it's mostly going to be like magma instead of just straight up lava.
Some grinders do the same thing, but they will dismantle vehicles.
Yes, but the problem about that is the range.
Oh yeah.
The
They got a
reason
little
why
push-
I'm using
they
the
have push baby ring.
yeah, the whole
will
reason
it
why
work
I'm
if you
using
have
the
a half
welders.
armor? Will it work with half armored little blocks?
We're in survival mode. We can test it.
I'll do that right now.
Hmm.
No energy.
Noticeable lag. Wow.
Gotta keep an eye on the sim speed as we're building. Because we want to make sure we don't cause too much lag with just building things. Oh, we're saw 1.0, it's perfect. But yeah, now we have that, and on the other side, I'm actually, I'm trying to figure out how I want to build this thing. Is there a specific block I can use? To figure out a nice orange color here. And I'm gonna make this. How
Oh,
about
I forgot I need.
here?
Fuel critical.
Yep. Half armor blocks work for welders. Oh wait, no, that's because I'm out of oxygen. I'm dumb. Let me replace these with.
I'm just gonna make this just a big pool of lava over here, I guess.
Oh, also grinders are loud.
What's up?
Grinders are loud. So
They are very loud, so you won't notice. Yeah, you'll notice it for sure. This looks ominous.
Yo,
Why
it's
aren't we
like
turning on?
it's like hit video game Star Wars.
Why aren't they turning on?
They need power.
I have batteries.
Welders, right?
Grinders right now.
I think I have grinding disabled. Let me check.
Oh, that might be why.
Yeah, I have drilling, welding, and grinding disabled.
Gonna turn it on real quick.
Mm-hmm.
So if I were to... No, does not work.
You should grab armor plates and then make them a dark color and then throw them in there, so that it's more lava textured.
I will throw some things on here from time to time.
Wait, so if welders, or glowing blocks might not actually work if we're using welders or grinders, how much range do welders have to,
Check. That's why I'm asking you to check.
gotcha.
I thought they were 1.5 block diameter. I'm a minute late. Balls.
But I know my biggest concern is that we need so many of these for a lava pool.
Mm-hmm.
Plus, such a massive pool of magma is gonna be kind of weird to make welders underneath and stuff.
Yeah, welders work with half armor glow blocks.
Okay. I'm gonna go and make
Let
this all just
me-
half blocks. And I don't think I'm gonna make this entire thing full of welders. Just only like the edges.
Gotcha.
And of course there'll be safety barriers to make sure you can't get vehicles into them.
Mm-hmm. Maybe do a bit of a darker red, or like an orangish color.
So it's more like magma. Let me look at the light blocks. Where are they at? There we go. I just need half blocks. Glowing
You could
lights
do
half.
eating like a pattern of different shades and then
I want to
blend
take
them
next
together.
color. Just maybe that color right there.
Place it.
Dark orange, or you want to do more red?
Place it so I can see. Oh, I think that's nice. It also has a nice vibrant glow to it.
So this is what we're gonna work with for now.
I think so.
No energy.
But yeah, for sure, I'm definitely gonna have to have like a welder thing around here. Or something. I'll have to put something here so people can't do too much here. Oh, placing welders is gonna be so
Oh, I
annoying.
have an idea. Wait, no, actually, no, that won't work. Wait, no, maybe it would. What if we put a platform below the lava and a rover that's set to follow the player with a welder on it?
That's gonna be difficult considering we have to figure out how to make said rover.
Well, it could be a hover rover by
Doesn't
placing the wheels on its side.
Wait, doesn't Sam have a texture for one of his modded things that does damage to blocks and players?
That is
Oh,
a
oh,
script that's
voxel.
used on
Fuel
some
critical.
planets, but it's used in some lava planets, but it stopped working at some point. Just keen.
No, they still work.
Most of the lava
just
planets in the workshop don't have it working anymore.
Sam's does. He
Yeah.
fixed it on his.
So, but the thing is, that's like on like a
But I'm
specific
pretty
types of
sure it's a
voxeloids.
specific script for the voxel if it's naturally placed on the planet, so I don't think that would work.
Yeah, it won't work too well.
Mhm.
I have another solution here.
Just say that your suits are lava proof.
No, it's a different solution. This specific lava pool, we can just make the excuse that this specific lava pool, you can see it, but you won't be able to actually access it. So maybe like a glass barrier or something around. Or we can make it so whenever you get close to the lava pool, it spawns a specific super enemy that will make it practically insta kill if you try to get near it. If you try to get near the lava pool.
Gotcha.
So
Interesting.
yeah, the lava pool has a specific enemy that just makes it impossible to get near it. It'll only spawn if you get too close to the lava. I think that works pretty well actually. Now that I think
Yeah,
about
but then it'll stay spawned, won't it?
it. No. All enemies are gonna have a timer on them that despawns them whenever they've been existing for
Oh,
a
so
certain
it'll
amount of time.
just depower it off.
Couldn't you use an event controller instead in its distance from player?
There's a problem with that. Um, event controllers combined with what are they called? Combined with AI blocks only work if the AI block has a direct line of sight to see you. So if you're hidden behind some box or some terrain, it's just going to be unable to notice you
Alright.
because
Make a
and
sprint too.
it's also a threshold. I thought about making a turret, but that's also something that's a bit weird. I still think the lava enemy is a good idea though. Mostly because it kind of fits in with the scenario and also makes it so it's like, oh
What
no.
if we actually make the enemy look like it's covered in lava or something,
That's what I was
The
thinking.
lava
Like
worm.
or
It
magma?
should. You can make a magma worm that spits rockets at you.
that's a bit
Oh,
too
yeah.
much. To be honest, the thing
Mm.
is that the enemies are specifically only going to be using energy weapons. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to make it so it won't be a flamer.
Give
Because also
it-
enemies already have flamers. I'll make it so it uses like the small laser. So it's going to be stuck to this pond. But of course, if you're too close to the pond, if you're within the 320-meter range, it's going to start firing at you.
Gotcha.
And because it's
Yeah.
a small laser targeting players, it's pretty much just going to insta kill you. So no matter how hard you try to get near the lava lake, you're just gonna get annihilated. And of course, for obvious reasons, we're also gonna have warnings around the place telling you not to go near the lake for reasons.
Mm.
Rest in peace, whoever doesn't listen.
I notice lag spikes whenever I switch regions.
Yeah, it's because
It
you're
shouldn't be
loading
too
the
bad.
large.
Energy.
Yeah, it's because you're loading the large things. But also
Mhm.
another thing that also might be causing the lag is because you're moving really quickly and you're loading a lot of stuff. We won't have jetpacks in the actual scenario, so it won't be too much of a problem. Also, look at this lava lake.
Yeah, it's nice.
That's exactly what we want.
That
We
is
can.
almost. I think it's good, but it'd be a little better if there was just a little bit of diversity.
Just a tiny bit of like slightly more yellow areas in different patches. That's the thing we can
Yeah.
do.
That can
I
be a
got
future
this.
problem.
Well, yeah. For now, we're just building the different areas.
Also,
It'll
we
say
could
it
put
looks great.
effect emitters on timers that occasionally like emit a puff of smoke or something.
Oh, I don't want to. That sounds great, but I don't want to do that because it's lag. The game
That's
will
why
not
we
run.
have
Yeah.
Critical.
But yeah, I understand what you mean.
You should have 1,000 emitters in one specific spot. They go there, it just
The
crashes their
game is
game.
gonna. Yeah, the game is just gonna crash. To be
That's
honest, actually, that is a good
that's how you
deterrent.
prevent them from going out of bounds.
It's a good deterrent. So if anyone tries to go into the lake, it just crashes their game.
Yeah. Yeah, no, if they try to go out of bounds, they enter a thing that crashes their game automatically. They load it in
Also,
and then it kills them.
do you have a mod that adds super powerful sensors? So that way the sensors can
I
travel
will be
along.
adding the that mod later, the 1 to 2 kilometer sensor.
Yeah.
I'll be using that for the enemy spawners. So that way, when you get near enough to one, it'll go ahead and spawn the enemies. Alright, so we have some walls already done. We do need some more. Let me pull up the map real quick to see what we need.
I
So
have
we
the
fit,
two south walls done.
yeah, we finished that wall and that
And
wall.
roundabout
I
areas.
don't know if we finished that one. We basically did like a small barrier there, but that's just a basic one. I'm gonna go ahead and start this one right here.
Which one?
This one.
Ah, alright. I'll do the wall in between the expanse field and mushroom forest then.
That one's gonna be a fun one. We're probably not gonna design mushrooms today, unfortunately.
Aw.
I know. We were all looking forward to it, but the thing is, there's so
Friendly
many walls.
mushroom.
You're just not a fun guy.
Oh my goodness.
Perish.
Just dies.
perish.
He just dies from the joke. Alright, let me just keep going. How many more walls? Oh man, we have
Yes.
so many. Yeah, there's a lot of walls that you built. We're only just here with these. The good news is that this one and this one, these are actually easier walls to do, to be honest. These are easier ones. Because these hills here are tall enough that you won't have to worry about it. Yeah, these are very tall hills.
The hills have ears. It's like Mount Rushmore.
Gosh, imagine just. It's gonna be like what's it called? Starship Troopers. Just a wall of enemies
Oh,
comes
yeah.
out.
Yo, it's just like Fortnite.
Please don't do the Fortnite joke.
I'll excuse myself.
Good.
Man, terraforming these regions is gonna be difficult. I'll have to see how to use that one tool that replaces stuff.
I feel like having just better voxel tools would help. Yeah, but no. I must admit,
Okay.
they kinda suck.
I'll be right back. I gotta go grab snacks.
Okay, bye.
Let's take like a 5 or 2 to 5 minute food break or something.
Yeah.
Alright.
You get a be right back screen.
I have one for my channel, at least. I'm gonna go BRB as well.
No energy. Fuel critical.
I've returned.
No energy. Fuel critical. energy. Fuel critical.
Alright, well, I've returned.
Welcome back.
Welcome back.
Just gotta keep working on the wall here.
I completed this wall over here.
Nice. I don't know if the wall I'm working. Yeah, this wall has a gate, so I'm gonna have to work on the gate. So. Yeah, I'm gonna have a hard time trying to design the specific regions to have certain enemies, because I know in the areas with the really rough terrain, we can't have ground-based enemies. So a lot of the enemies are probably gonna end up being aerial enemies. Alright.
No energy.
The gate is noticeably off the ground.
That's fine. We can make ramps.
Actually, what would be better? The only way to place this gate is either noticeably off the ground or halfway in the ground.
Noticeably off the ground because we can actually make a ramp and things around it.
Yeah. I was just asking because with it, for it to, or if I place it, if I place the wall flush with the ground, the gate would be halfway into the ground. So what I just did is, I just expanded it down slightly.
Mm-hmm.
Fuel critical.
So far, everything's looking really good.
It's kind of satisfying when you just zoom out and see the wall just. I'm not sure how to describe this word.
I wouldn't say sprawl, but just extending along all the way.
Squiggly. Just following the terrain.
Yeah. Also, whenever you're placing the gates, it's fine if they're like slightly in the ground, but as long as they're not like super far in the ground.
Yeah, from what I could tell, if I placed it any lower, which would make the wall normally
Yeah,
flush
I
with
don't
the
want it to
ground,
be like halfway in the ground.
Yeah.
Like the way I have it right here is fine because your vehicle should be able to still go through. Alright, so now we have this. I just realized there's that right there. Is this correct? Ooh, where is this? Let me see where this is in the map. So we have this wall and that wall, which if I look along here, that's interesting. I might keep this just like that. Because then what I can do is I can get away with having this be another region that you can go into. Perfect.
Cool.
I like this. I have extended the map. Alright, so if you look at the stream, right?
Watching.
When you reach this area, right? You have this gate here, which I'm actually gonna quickly remove. I'll quickly remove this real quick. But instead of
gotten quite far up.
Yeah, I found something interesting that I really like.
I see what you're looking at though.
Right over here, there's this little region.
Long, waiting for the stream to catch it.
So basically, you can bring a rover up here on like a quest to get something and bring it back. So you can open this gate.
Nice. Yeah, it goes quite far too.
Yeah, that's a really good thing. I'm a little bit worried about this part here because someone could just walk up through all this. But I don't think that's a problem. If someone actually wants to, walk over all this and walk over here, that's fine because they're gonna have to find a way to bring a rover over there, which means you have to take that route over there. Rovers are gonna be such a limitation in here. Let me see if people can park. Yeah, people are gonna easily be able to climb up that, I think. Making all this barrier corners are gonna be so.
No energy.
No one's gonna see this as long as they aren't mountain climbing or something.
Fuel critical.
So yeah, for sure, I am definitely going to make it so oxygen tanks are a late game thing. Because I definitely don't want people finding ways to escape and just using the oxygen tanks early on to just get out quickly. This over here is going to be a problem. Kind of wish they labeled this better so it's easier to tell what is what. There we go. And the one thing I really liked about the the other version of the scenario was that you physically had like a giant wall that wouldn't allow you to escape. But in this case, we can't do that. Or at least not feasibly.
What's nice is at least you won't be able to tell, oh, that there's an edge to the cave because of the fog.
Well, that's true. We can add fog to the whole place if we really wanted to.
Oh, I thought there was going to be fog to the whole place.
It's difficult to make fog be a part. Actually, yeah, we can use fog, technically speaking. Okay, cool.
There we
We
go.
can't climb up that high. So this barrier's been made. I'm not really worried about the other one over there. That's way out there, and that's going to be a difficult one to get out of.
Wait, actually, I might be able
Okay.
to climb. Oh my goodness, you can climb up so far. These slopes.
I know. You might have to make that going all the way to the top.
Yeah, I think I do. I'm testing right now because then it stops rounding off from here. So
Did you do the
this
same
needs
for
to
the
go
other side or no?
all the way up.
On the other side, I have to do the same.
Other side you can't, I think.
I can test it out real quick.
Thank you. It didn't look like you could, but I might be wrong.
I mean, if you find a way up along these, possibly like over here and just parkour around, theoretically you could. You just have to find the right way. Probably more of a there, but if by some miracle you manage to get to this layer right here,
No energy.
then you could.
Holy frick, do I need to make this wall go all the way up to the moon? I think
Yeah.
I do. Wow.
Good thing we have extra large blocks.
Yeah.
But yeah, I like the idea of the fog. I'm definitely gonna add fog. Because the thing is, the lower sim speed, well, not lower, but the lower render range and everything, and the sim speed doing a lot better because there's not as much stuff going on. Will make it a lot better. I'll make it actually do it.
This barrier wall is going to be massive.
Yep. The things we need to do in order to make this scenario work.
Fuel critical.
Actually, I'm gonna do this differently.
Perfect. That's high up enough that people can't climb it. Yeah, just test the climbing area.
Because I'm pretty sure they can climb all the way up to the top without a problem.
Yeah, I think that's fine. You don't need to do any more than that. Because the thing is that
No, maybe they
if
can't
someone
get up
if
yet.
someone gets up there, their oxygen is gonna run out.
Oh, true.
Yeah. You only need to go as far as to make sure it's such an inconvenience that it's not worth it. But yeah, that does separate the area here, allowing you to go into the mushroom area, which I'm not too worried about. I don't think you need to have any barriers in the mushroom area, because if someone goes out of bounds on the map, then that means that they're not going to survive.
Yeah, we
Yeah.
only really needed it at the beginning to that way they won't go the wrong way on accident.
Mm. Yeah. Because in the mushroom area, the boundaries in the mushroom area are going to be the mushrooms themselves, which are going to be everywhere. And if I'm going to be completely honest, I think I'm going to design the mushrooms in panels, if you know what that means. I'm going to basically make a big platform of just mushrooms, like a big old mushroom forest kind of area. And then I'm going to bury the panel underneath, so we only have the mushrooms sticking out. That way we don't have hundreds of grids everywhere. It's just all one big grid that's just all mushroom.
That's smart.
Yep. Saves on lag, saves on the grid count. Do we ever solve this issue over here? Let me check if this was solved. Oh, yeah, it definitely was solved. No one's climbing that. So that's pretty good.
No one told me.
Oh. I said that was on Wednesdays.
No one told me it was happening.
Oof. To be honest, I don't have a.
I'm gonna take a GPS of the beginning area.
Anyways,
That way
I
don't get lost.
have a suggestion for the for the starter ship. I built a cockpit. I tried to find it and I searched up ship in Steam. Anyways, what's happening?
We're working on walls. Lots and lots and lots of walls.
Can you stream?
Hold on. Give me a second. I mean, technically I am live streaming.
Oh yeah, by the way, how is the aircraft theoretically gonna crash into a cave?
Technically speaking, I might just make it the excuse that there's like a hole or something somewhere where ships are supposed to survive from. Think of it as kind of like a big opening that enters the cave, and there'd be a landing pad at the
You
bottom.
could have a big crevasse.
That's another way I could do it, but physically it's not going to exist because this whole cave system is going to be covered in fog, so you won't actually be able to see the.
And then
The
you could
top.
just have if you you know the neon blocks.
Mm-hmm.
If you have those black, it literally just makes it a shiny void. So you could just have that at the top if someone does actually go up there.
No one's actually able to go up there because there's no air vehicles or anything. Your ship
True,
is just
but
going
you
to be
have.
crashed in this
Oh
area
yeah,
here,
jetpacks
close
can be
to
turned
some
off,
landing
ain't it?
pads. Yeah,
Jetpacks can be turned off. Yeah.
jetpacks are going to be turned off. You're entirely on foot.
Anyways, I'm gonna stream, so you can see my suggestion for the cockpit, which is just the front of the vehicle, because I started building it up because I wanted to get it like an idea, but I also didn't want to build the entire thing now on stream.
Understandable. I gotta test this to make sure people don't climb to the top of it. Well, climbing
I
to
should
the
probably
top of
open the
it.
stream to see how many people are here. One moment.
No energy.
Y'all gotta text me when you're streaming. I've been waiting for this all week.
Oof.
I don't make stream announcements. I should.
Hi, military. Hey, Spears. James not
Spurs.
having strong.
Alright, let me just look around. Oh, Phoenix left. Hello. Right now, we just need
My internet
more
cut
walls.
out. I'm getting disconnected in a second.
Yeah, I noticed.
There I go.
I want to save
Oh,
the
you
game
actually
real
just
quick.
paused the stream.
Oh, game's already saved. Thanks. Okay, let me take a look at the map, because now we have this wall and that wall. We have another wall over here we need to make. We have more walls everywhere. Alright, I'll probably start on this wall over here. This is gonna be
Fuel
one big
critical.
wall.
Hey, Dragon.
Mm-hmm.
I'll probably work on the wall separating the expanse field and quarry.
I'm finding my world if you want to look.
Hold on. There we go. Then you gotta start facing these. And make sure they're aligned. That works.
Interesting.
Alright. That's interesting. It's a very round cockpit shape.
And then this is the inside.
Oh wait, those consoles are small grid? Yo, that's cool.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
they
know,
have
right?
smaller consoles.
Sweet. I didn't notice that. Interesting, I guess.
Yeah. This is my idea for the, like it's the front of it. I don't know. I was
I'm
gonna build
trying-
on stream, but I
'cause
didn't know
right
stream would happen
now-
so late, and now I'm way too tired to build.
Yeah. I'm trying to think about the design of the shuttle. So that's something we're gonna deal with later after we're done making the buildings and stuff. We're not dealing with that yet. To be honest, I think the shuttles, the front of it needs to be either more round or more angular.
More.
Because right now it's like a little bit too much of both.
Well, yeah, it's because like all the shape comes with the back.
Yeah.
That's
But
when
we'll,
wings and hulls start happening.
we'll get to that hurdle when we get there.
I don't know what to do till I get there.
I mean, right now we're working on walls, then it's the terraforming of all these areas. Then it's going to be doing a bunch of buildings, which is going to take a long time. After that, we get to the aircraft.
Yeah, I can do buildings, but I can't really do anything until that happens.
Yeah.
I just started making shuttles.
That's kind of how things are right now. We're kind of just taking things one step at a time.
I'm actually stuck. Like I have gotten stuck. How the?
Oof.
I can't jetpack. I can't not crouch, and I can't jump.
Well, if you can't do any of them, teleport.
There we go.
There we go.
Yeah, it is too late for me to build though.
Yeah, understandable. I'm just trying to work on all these walls because there are walls everywhere.
Yeah, these walls in the center of the map are gonna be tough to map out.
Why do they have hanger doors on them?
Hanger doors?
I mean, it looks like hanger doors at least.
Yeah.
These are just details.
What are those blocks then?
Extra large
Like
blocks.
cell passage.
Yeah.
No, but like, why do they have like hazards on the end of them?
Oh, the reason why I put hazards on them is just so it's more noticeable. Instead of just making them all
Detail.
monotone with a single color.
Yeah, it looks slightly like doors.
That is true. That's because there are specific ones that do have doors.
Hmm.
Yeah. So some of these walls do have passages that allow you to go through them. So they will only allow you to go through if the door is powered. So sometimes you have to go on a.
Wait,
Are you
do we
working on
have
right now?
Do we have a basic idea of like where the map is and like where the spawn is and everything?
Yeah.
Yes,
We
I
have the
drew it
entire
out.
map mapped out.
Yeah,
Okay,
I did
we
it in the
have
first episode. Here,
We have voxel damage up, right?
voxel damage is off, so you can't crash things into the
Cool. Can I
ground.
just drive a car around? I'm curious how big the map is.
It is very big. We haven't filled all the walls around yet,
Yeah.
but it is a very, very large map.
Look in general chat, Rob.
Oh my. I can see Jago just looking at it.
Yeah, it's a massive area. We're only like halfway done placing. We're not actually. We're close to halfway done placing these walls.
Is there a way of giving the players a physical map that they have to like use like a map, like look at landmarks?
No. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna use some features that the game has. So if you use a data pad, it has the ability to save GPS points, so you can create GPS points for the player to go to.
Well, I know that, but wait.
But also,
I
we're
forget-
going to
oh,
be using
can't
light
you-
as a way of determining where things are. So if you see lights, you know you're going the right way or wrong way.
Can't you make custom LCD images?
Yeah,
Vehicle
technically I can make
critical.
custom LCD images. It's just that you won't get them in high detail.
I don't know. I think it'd be really cool if you had to like actually, at least in some spots, actually attempt to use a map, like how a map is used.
I could make a simplified map and then like make an LCD somewhere that you could just drag around because we do have the small grid mod that allows you to pick up things.
Or you could like add like landmarks. You could have like a simple map, and instead of like it being like super fancy, you literally just have landmarks and then name the landmark, and they have to try to find the landmark.
I'm using gate.
That's something
It's
that
not-
is kind of already here. These walls actually act as kind of like landmarks, or some of them do, because they'll have numbers on them. They'll determine which main area you're going to.
Also, walls that do not have gates are always active and have a bright red light on them.
Yeah.
And the walls with gates don't have any lights enabled until you power them up, and then the powered up ones will have orange lights.
Yeah. So if you see a wall that just has a red, you know you're going the wrong way because that one is like a full-on barrier.
How would I guess the
You
players
can't
would
get
learn
past
pretty
that.
quickly.
It's kind of just a cue of sorts.
Yeah.
It's not something that's gonna be explicitly told, but like
I mean, I
You'll
think
figure
it
it
will
out.
go into that in the lore.
Well, the thing is, they're gonna go to them that first, but they're gonna figure out red. Oh, they're gonna figure out pretty quickly. It's literally like putting animals in a cage. That red equals nowhere.
pretty much, yeah. And the thing is, because you're so limited on oxygen, you trying to go past them is basically a death sentence.
We do need to get people to attempt to jump them to figure out where they need better walling.
Well,
No, we've already been
if you want to, you can help to test that out. We've kind of done a lot of messing around with walls to make sure that people can't do much to jump
Can
around.
the walls break?
No, they're god moded.
Okay. I need a teleport to someone. Hey, can someone go to the
Since
spawn?
yeah, you can just teleport over to me. We don't have a spawn made yet. Also, hello, Steel.
I don't know
Hello.
who I teleported to. I teleported to someone, then fell
Loud.
into a boss.
Let me lower your volume. There we go.
Just
Oh yeah, wait, I have admin tools, right?
Yep.
Alright, cool. I'm just gonna go to where the cave is lowest.
That's a lot. As you can see, we've been working with the terrain. So there are certain terrain features, like these canyons, that you have to go through in order to progress. Which is really nice if you're driving through these.
Phoenix's little map.
Oh, that's
Interesting.
That's the map that I made in the first episode of the stream.
Oh,
Yeah,
cool.
I was making it on stream and just basically just planning everything.
Okay.
Mm.
I need to
There's a
find
lot.
where the center of the map is.
The center
But
of
I
the
can't
map
tell
would
because
be
not all
this
the walls
big
are here.
field right here. The thing is,
Where
yeah,
are
we
you?
don't we. You could just teleport to my character. I'll go right here to the center of the map.
I can't see character names. It's glitched. Oh, I found you now. Okay, I can see you now. Hello. Okay.
So this is the middle of the map. We haven't put walls around here yet because we're putting walls around the bottom of the map.
I'm
Which
gonna
is-
I'm gonna drive a truck and attempt to jump every wall. Hey, what would be the average speed limit of the vehicles?
Well, the thing is, people can just edit that stuff, but the thing is, we're gonna design the vehicle specifically so they cannot jump.
Hey, I need
So-
creative tools.
We gotta make them suck.
Well, yes and no. We can make them nice, but make them so they,
Drago, can I have creative tools?
I think
you have creative new tools.
I can't spawn in vehicle. Oh wait, I think I know why. Hang on.
Yeah,
can
we're in
turn
we're in
it on.
survival mode.
There we go.
But yeah, you see this rover right here?
Yeah.
Let's assume this is a rover you're going to be using, even though it's not. In order to make sure that vehicles cannot jump, we're actually going to make it so the undercarriage here has an extra like half slab or something underneath.
Oh, I didn't mean the actual jumping. I meant yeeting yourself off hills.
Won't
Oh,
that
with
make
your
it
player character.
worse at
Hmm?
dealing with the difficult terrain?
Yes, which is kind of the point. You don't want to be bringing a rover to difficult terrain.
True.
So,
Where is
It-
my truck?
But
I-
basically, by adding like the little like half block down there, it makes it so it's harder to jump because you don't
Yeah,
get
I
as
don't-
much distance there.
I forgot the jump existed, to be honest, and I just never use it, so not a problem.
it
I just mean for
kinda
people in
makes
general.
Here's
So
a
by
good
doing
percent.
this, how high can this jump? That's about as high as it can jump.
I turned on creative tools, I still can't. What the? Oh, I missed the button. Okay,
Fuel
see.
critical.
Bro.
I'm
So,
tired, man.
Yeah.
do you
I
need
can't figure
that
out how creative
done?
tools work. It's also been ages since I touched this game.
Yeah, the rovers
There
are
we go.
not going to be all that great at driving around, to be honest. It's like, sure, they can handle some terrain, but they're not going to be good at jumping. Or jumping high, at least.
I do want to make at least a single big vehicle, kind of like this thing, but not.
There aren't going to be big vehicles. We have a channel with a bunch of ideas for how vehicles are going to look like.
What do you mean access denied? This is my car!
Damn, I can't believe you forgot your keys at home.
Let me go, can't use all terminals. There we go, so I can close my own door.
Okay, let me figure out where I am right now. So that's the top of the map up there. We're down here, and there's one
How
wall.
are we gonna make the map to make it look like that, like, the cave doesn't slowly get higher and higher as you move on?
Oh,
Fog.
Okay.
Yeah, so you physically aren't going to see anything. We're also going to be adding the... Right now we're using a
Yeah, well,
skybox that
fog,
illuminates
right?
everything.
How's the planet up there?
Yeah, right now we're using the skybox that illuminates everything, but we're gonna switch it to a dark skybox at a later
Yeah.
time. So that way you physically won't be able to see the ceiling unless you're close to it.
Let me tell you, even if the game is laggy, the trucks drive beautifully. You don't need to, because you're not worried about smashing against the ground too often.
Oh, don't worry, voxel damage is off. You won't have to worry about bottoming out and destroying your wheels.
Also, my truck has heavy number of bumpers to keep the vehicle from disintegrating when you inevitably do smack the ground.
Oh well, you're gonna have bigger problems than that in this scenario.
I know, but like obviously this truck isn't built for this. This truck is built to drive.
Have you seen the stuff we're planning on using? At least some of the
I've seen a
things
little
I've tested.
bit of it, but not. I've seen the plans, not any of the actual.
Well, we haven't really built much, but I'm gonna show you
Okay,
something
Jack,
interesting. Have you
Hear me
seen
out.
the?
I have an idea, and I want to make a reference.
I'm okay with making some references, but
Do you remember the Ms. Grubs?
no. Oh no, I remember them. Yeah.
I want to put a Ms. Grub in a cage somewhere, in a facility.
We can add Easter eggs at the end.
But like, hear me out. It would also fit this scenario because it is like.
Sort of, yes and no. It's something I'll consider, but I might just add it as a small Easter egg.
I mean,
And-
obviously, it wouldn't be like centered around it. But
And yeah, for Easter eggs going to be hidden and really hard to access. They're probably going to be behind
Yeah.
puzzles or just incredibly difficult parkour or something. But once you get to them, they will be labeled as a Easter egg, so people know it's an Easter egg.
land is quite fun. I mean, this truck is like stupid good at off-roading, but this land is really fun to drive on.
Yeah, I picked this land specifically because it's rover friendly.
I am literally full speeding. I have not gotten off the throttle a single time.
Mm-hmm. It's good terrain.
It might not
That's
be. We might have to make it slightly too hard. I am just, holding the throttle down.
oh well.
I
The
don't have
fun
any-
part is that the enemies are gonna be just as fast as your rovers as you drive around.
Jesus Christ.
So yeah, rest in peace when an enemy is chasing you at full speed. And then to make things worse, I want to show you something really cool. Do you see my stream?
I can click to your. It's gonna be like actually no. Here, Discord chat. Let me just smack on the parking brake and almost tip over the vehicle.
All right.
There we go.
Have you seen this block?
Still loading in. A reactor and
No, this block.
an exploited wedge.
No, this is a block, but and we put a light armor block in front of it.
Oh my god.
What? Oh, is that one of the That's one of the
Let's put a heavy armor block in
Dude,
front.
you could make leeches.
Just any enemy that has a melee attack. If it gets near you, you just rapidly die.
Is there a large grid version? Because we can use.
No,
that
we
for
only have
lava.
small grid, unfortunately, but it does a lot of damage.
If there's a small grid version, we could use it for lava.
Yeah, but the problem is it'd be such a massive, well, it'd be such a massive grid to just have so many of these in small grid.
Yeah.
So it's not really viable. Welders are more effective because they have better range.
That'll be very
Hey, Drago,
useful for some of the designs I'm thinking about.
Oh yeah,
Make a list somewhere of the buildings I need to create and where.
so if you look in the general chat, we do have a map, and of course I'll put the map on screen here on the stream as well. So we have this map. All the things in red are just buildings of different kinds around the place. They're not really specified, but you can probably guess what they are since there's so many different kinds. All the yellow buildings are going to be like armories and stuff, where we're going to have it so you can find like weapons and ammo there a lot more easily. They're going to also be a little more protected.
The red buildings, does it have to be one building, or could it
It could be
small
multiple
group
buildings.
Okay.
I don't want any small grid buildings, but these red buildings can be separated into multiple buildings.
Groupings of buildings, not
Yeah,
small
absolutely. In fact, some of these they're not like clear cut stone. Like this is just like an idea of what this site could be laid out as, but we could switch it up.
Before I start building buildings, I do need to know like the weather and like what happens in the places.
That's something we'll get to at a later point when we actually get there. It's also worth noting that everything in green is going to be a refueling point where you can get hydrogen and oxygen. Hydrogen for your vehicles and oxygen for
we need
your.
to figure out a universal connector, so all the vehicles can connect. To the
Universal
same thing.
connector design is just going to be a connector, to be honest.
Well, no, but the fact is that that all of them have to be at the same height and at the same position. It has to be like they all have to be the same.
Well, I was thinking it'd just be like something like a what's it called? I'm thinking either a bottom connector or a top no, not top. It'd be a back connector maybe.
Yeah, the thing is that they still all have to be the same height though.
No, I think a bottom connector is probably the best way, because some of these refuel points are going to have different connector points for different vehicles that are in the regions.
The problem with the bottom connector is you can just bottom out the thing and then you just can't fuel it.
No, bottoming out is kind of the point. Is that you don't want to be able to jump with these things.
True.
Also,
But,
to park with a bottom connector, what you do is you lower your wheel offset.
How would they know to do that though?
Because they're automatically going to have the settings in place. The vehicles will
Mhm.
automatically have their height adjusted.
Oh,
If they change it, it's up to them. But also,
I just yeeted my vehicle off a cliff.
what's it called? Yeah,
Also, you
what
can
I
always
mentioned
have an
earlier.
LCD in the cockpit.
Is block damage off?
Voxel damage is off. You cannot damage the
block
voxel.
damage. Block damage.
Damage is on.
No. Even if you collide with a voxel with voxel damage off, you won't take any damage.
Do they?
Yeah, you just bounce off.
Okay. Huh.
But what's it called?
That's the reason I haven't detonated yet. Wait, that means we can't bottom out.
Yeah, you can bottom out, but it won't do any damage.
Alright, cool.
So that's not an issue. The thing is that, yeah, what I mentioned earlier with the different refuel points, some of them will be designed with different connection points because they're designed for specific vehicles that are only going to be allowed in specific areas. You notice that some of these gates, like, what is it? How tall is a gate? Like 2 blocks? Right?
About a block and 2/3.
But I might add I did just find a way
So
around a wall.
basically, that means that your rovers, you can bring smaller rovers around, but if you have a bigger vehicle like a mech or something, you're not going to be able to bring it between regions.
Hey, Drago, you might want to come to me. I did just find a way around a wall.
Which one?
You have to come to me for that one.
There's Rob.
Fuel low.
Oh, that's intentional.
Oh, which wall?
No, I just yeeted myself off
Fuel critical.
to get around the wall.
Yeah. You mean this area that
Okay.
you're at right now?
I mean, that was after I yeeted. I yeeted all the way
No,
over
the
here, so
the intentional point is that you're starting on this side over here, and you cannot get to
can't.
the other side of the canyon. But in order to get past this wall over here, you have to go through the canyon to get to this other area.
Oh.
That's how it's designed. And if you
Yeah,
get
you
far
can't
enough, you could actually
go
fall into the
back.
canyon and go back.
Health critical.
Why is my health at 0?
Did you forgot? Oof.
Creative tools on it, that meant you couldn't die.
No, you
You
have
turn on
to
invulnerable.
you have to turn on invulnerable right here.
Is it invulnerable?
Yeah.
Oh, there is.
Yeah. Also,
Yes,
if
I'm
you
gonna go
notice,
back to where I am. Right over here.
all the walls that don't have a gate are glowing red.
Yeah, I see that.
Yep. Okay, I need to figure out where I'm at because there's another canyon over here which I'm gonna have to make some walls for. This is the one I'm at right now.
Wait, I can't make my backpack disappear because there's nothing in it.
Right.
Don't worry about it, they'll despawn.
Okay.
Okay, let me see where I'm at. So I built that wall. I gotta build that other wall over there. Oh. Phoenix already made that wall. Did you make sure no one can climb it?
Yep.
Fuel critical.
Nobody should be able to climb it.
Yeah, terrain's
Why is health
extremely
like we're
big.
just in my car?
Because your car is the only spawn point.
Oh, yeah.
And no one can climb up the other side either?
Hey, wait, where you
does
at?
Does it matter if they can climb up the other side? Because it's backtracking.
I mean, to be honest, if you go past this anyways, you're kind of gone anyways. You're going outside the map barrier. That's a death
Alright, wait,
sentence.
where is it? I want to test it.
I could just teleport to my character.
I tried and it didn't work. I teleported to Hellflanker, apparently.
You
Inside
know,
my car.
you know what you can do is you can go to your entity list and change from grids to characters and click on a character. You can teleport
Yeah,
to.
no, I am doing that, but it doesn't show me the names, so I have no idea who I'm teleporting to.
No, you're not looking at the right thing. You have to go to the entity list.
Entity, wait, you can do it through entity list?
Entity
Yeah.
list.
Fuel
And
critical.
characters.
I teleported
That-
you like 13 times, and you're just not here. What?
Yeah. it won't
Probably
render
it's probably a
unless your
glitch.
character's
But anyways, now you can
Okay.
now you can actually get over here.
Just teleport the car over here. Alright, where's the wall at?
Right there.
on both
There's
sides.
the wall. Okay, I can't damage the wall, right?
You can't damage the
No, they're
wall.
gone,
The blocks on the side can be damaged, but you're not gonna damage them that much, if at all, because of how
Okay, I'm gonna go yeet
bulky
myself.
they are.
I bet you I can get over this wall. Okay,
With
Which
that
side?
rover, maybe, but to be honest, people aren't really gonna have rovers like that. Well, good luck.
okay, wait, I'll go give me your rover then.
Fuel
I already deleted
critical.
it.
So Hellflanker's
Alright.
trying with his rover.
Yep, Flanker
Well,
is
I'm just gonna
trying
use
to find a way to
Hellflanker's
find
rover
rovers.
since Hellflanker
Oops,
apparently
I forgot
is
to
using more
place that
reasonable
block.
rover.
I just realized I forgot to place this block here.
Anyways, I'm
I
gonna.
do think I can get across this wall.
Oh, it'd be nice if people could actually break through that way, but I don't think I'm gonna do that. Okay, let me look at
Can we just turn
the.
up the speed of Hellflanker's car?
By the way, Hellflanker, I don't think vehicles can jump as high as yours.
That.
I'm not using the. I'm not gonna use the jump. Okay, speed limit, max that
I'm
shit
talking
out.
to Hellflanker.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying. I don't use it. So when I. Oh, let's see.
Okay, so I need to make a barrier going along here to make sure people don't cross through here.
Okay, that was a lot harder to jump than I thought it would be.
Yeah, I don't think you can jump
Yeah,
that.
lots
with,
of the
two
vehicles here
that
aren't
can
gonna
use.
have all that many. They're not gonna have all that many wheels either way. Or some of them will have some, but some won't have
Wait,
that
this
many.
thing only has 8.
8 is a lot. That's like the maximum amount of wheels we're gonna put on the vehicle. And that's gonna be like a heavier truck, to be honest.
Yeah, boys!
Oh, you might. Maybe? Maybe? I mean, I can't really solve that.
You might just have to make the hill a little bit more aggressive. Why am I frozen?
We're
Why
not
are
gonna
we
terraform all that much.
Yeah, we're not gonna terraform. So that's an issue, that's an issue.
Plus, if you get outside the map, that's basically a death sentence in that area.
I disintegrated on the wall.
Nice.
Dude, jumped like hundreds of meters in the air, then proceeded to hit the wall. I have to go clean up this mess. Of course, I can't break it. No,
You
I
have to
can't
hold
break
control.
it. Of course. Wait, what?
You have to hold control
How? Why?
because space engineers.
That's not how I can break things normally.
You have to
It's-
be like your character has to physically be super close to the wall, or you have to be
I mean, I did disintegrate against the wall.
Yeah, it's really weird. Spectator here is funky.
No, I'm not a spectator though.
Just buildings in general. Alright, I'm gonna continue working over here.
Yeah, I don't. No, okay, I agree with you now. This wall is near impossible to jump over.
Yeah, it's kind of the idea.
for
You
health,
don't
like,
you don't
makes
want to
sense, however.
you don't want to waste vehicles either way because there's only a limited amount of them. You can't repair them.
Because Healthlinker's vehicle's a spider car. That's why.
Oh,
I
it's just you
could-
can just walk
I
on.
can go up. I can go up like 87-degree walls. In,
Okay, I wasn't doing
in-
that. I was just yeeting my vehicle.
Low.
I have vehicles that could
Like-
do that too. I'm not really trying to do that though in this
Fuel
scenario.
critical.
Yeah, this is not a good vehicle to demonstrate if you can get up this wall or not.
Mm-hmm.
You know what is though?
Hmm?
I was gonna spawn something, but now I think it's not the right size.
Considering that vehicles in here are gonna be fairly small.
I could get my super.
I'm actually a lot of the vehicles here are going to be smaller than your standard space engineer's vehicle because I do want them to be semi-realistic.
Yo,
Also,
my,
we
my,
want them to be able to fit in a frostbite door.
my Honda Accord.
I think that's pretty cool.
Quiet. No, hang on, Hellflanker. Hellflanker, come over here. Let me grab my Honda Accord.
My
Hey, wait, if I
Honda
destroy
Accord
trees,
versus-
will the trees respawn if I accidentally break them?
Yeah, I'm not worried about the
Yeah.
trees. They regenerate as long as there aren't structures nearby. Plus, there are so many of them; it's not an issue.
Where's my Honda Accord? Hang on, it's gonna take a while to find. Actually, I'm starting to worry if this Honda Accord might be too big for the server. I don't
Hmm.
remember how many blocks it is.
I don't think my
Please
Honda
don't spawn
Accord
anything
can-
super massive.
Yeah, my
Hang on,
Honda
I'll
Accord.
ask before once I find it so I can find the block count of it.
Yeah, right now, I'm just trying to make sure
Energy
everything here
low.
works.
It's 6,000 blocks. Is that too much for a car?
6,000 blocks isn't too bad, although lots of the
6,000
vehicles in
blocks,
here are
right.
going to be significantly smaller.
Cool, I can spawn it in.
I mean, I guess, as long as you're not breaking anything. We are gonna have to
I
do
shouldn't be,
miles.
hopefully. I just
I
wanna show off
love
my
my
stuff.
Honda Accord.
Hold on, I'm pulling out my Honda.
Everyone just
come to the
bringing
fighter guns. My Honda Accord doesn't like hills.
You might get shot. Just a warning, Healthlinker.
Oh, it's rolling away. Also, one of the wheels just didn't spawn. Okay.
It's loading.
Okay, now there's the
God
wheel.
damn it.
Hey, do you like my Honda Accord?
The lag spikes.
Okay, good. They're toggled off. How do you like mine?
It's
How do you
not.
like mine?
We're
Oh,
not
it's, I
competing.
spawned it in the ground.
We are.
Oh, it doesn't like it. I forgot how much this thing hates hills. Also, just how bad this car is. I made a car a little too big. Hey, I do like my Honda Accord, by the way. Health anchor.
Okay. Is that an oil holder or
What now?
why does it have a dump truck of an ass?
It's got a dumpy. Okay, wait. Okay, actually, I'll come to the ads of it. I want to show you something.
Fuel
I want to show you something about Stumpy.
Yeah.
I forgot I disconnected it. Hang on, let me go do it manually. I need a control panel.
This isn't working.
Oh, it's
I
a
need to-
hanger.
Where's the part where it stopped? This one.
Great, hang on. We have build vision, right? Yeah, we do.
Okay, gotta remove this.
How do I use the spotlights again? I forget.
Hey, how do I get the dumpy on my Honda Accord?
Oh, I'm pretty sure these spotlights won't actually work since they use
power.
Okay, I'm
Which
gonna
is
do
why
it.
it's so
Thing. It's
useful.
starting to become kind of laggy. Goodbye, Honda Accord.
Bye Honda Accord.
I'm pretty sure these spotlights won't work because they use
Oh wait,
what's
I
it
just
called?
noticed. I just noticed. Oh, but we could use the 7B layout setup.
Yo,
You want to see an
insurance pod.
example of the 7B layout setup? Hang on, guys. I need flatter. Hang on, come down here. I need flatter ground.
Belly
wanna-
flop.
Wait, hey, Dragon.
We are a professional group that does professional things.
This is just
We
an
are-
average Wednesday.
Energy critical.
We are never distracted. Wait, is voxel damage off?
Yeah, it
Yeah.
is.
All right.
But wait, hey,
If it was on,
Hey.
if he was
Phoenix,
on, you'd all
one
be
card.
fired by now.
hey,
Oh no!
He rammed into a wall,
Dragon,
I see.
Dragon. Did you remember my modular base setup, the 7B base setup?
Yeah.
We could use that. It's very like NASA styled.
We could use similar stuff, but
Hold on, I'll get rid of the small things. I know I have the perfect thing to do
None
that.
of the ground is flat here.
none of the ground's gonna be perfectly flat. We just got to work with it.
I know, but all of it's at like an angle.
Oh, didn't go off.
I think the reason why it's all at an angle is because of the fact that the gravity is weird.
Yeah.
Because of the moon above us, but that's fine.
Hey, guys, come over here. I want to show you 7B base setup. Don't mind that it's partially floating in the air. I couldn't find flat ground.
Listen. Oh, nice. It's pretty cute.
Ooh, that's
Hey, by the way, it's
neat.
completely modular.
Mm-hmm.
Like, look
I-
at this. Look at this.
I think. Hold on.
This is sweet. I like this.
The
Okay,
modularity
do you
is
see the landing pad? Do you see the landing pad?
Mm-hmm.
Look over here.
Nice.
Look at that. I just placed that on the landing pad. It is completely modular. Oh my god, what have you made?
Can I save these modules? These are sick.
This is the 7B modular base setup.
Is it on the workshop?
Nope,
Oh.
I never finished it.
I was working on my own
Pretty
modular
sure
setup
this
thing,
is
but
sick.
But also it's all interior too. Like you can go inside of it. I don't know if you are. I gotta be honest, I'm terrible with names and voices. Which one are you?
I am.
No
that's
energy.
John.
It just cuts out. Just I am.
I am the.
Okay, so you're Phoenix.
Yeah.
Okay. But yeah. How do you? If you come over here, here's the main airlock.
Hey, Phoenix. Hold
mean, it's
on.
ages
I know
ago.
where you are. I know where you are. Hold on 1 second. I want to try something. This might destroy the base while it gets you, though.
I was actually gonna build a scenario.
Stand there, right? Yeah, stand on that
Dude,
glass.
I love this room so much. Look at this room.
Oh, this is nice.
Also, there's
You
actually
should
like quarters
totally
everywhere.
upload this.
Fuel critical.
You should totally finish this and upload it.
This is, I think, oxygen systems. Yeah, oxygen fuel systems.
Nice. If you need help decorating interior, I'm pretty good.
Yeah, I'm fucking terrible at it.
Huh.
If you haven't noticed. Actually, I've gotten a lot better since I built this, but.
I could
What
show
are
you
these?
some.
Oh yeah, this is medical quarters,
Oh, nice.
and this is more fuel. Wait, back to the center.
Oh. Neat.
I can't
And
tell.
there's large, medium, and small modules. Every medium module is 2 small modules, and every large module is 4 medium modules.
Gotcha.
So obviously the hangar's a large module. This is medium. What if you put through the roof? Oh, why did it just fell through the ground? Oh my god, delete it. What is it? Why is it so laggy? Why does it do so much damage?
Wow. Wait.
Fuel critical.
Hold on, hold still. I'll hold still. I'll show you what it is. I'll show you what it is. Just hold still.
I don't want to see.
Why does it do that damage, though? What?
So much damage.
Hold on. No.
Hey,
Like, trust me, Phoenix.
You wanna see what?
Stand,
You wanna see
Phoenix,
the?
stand right here.
Hey Phoenix, you wanna see the car that was built with this setup?
Sure.
It's the only car I have, and I was driving it earlier. Oh my god, why are people on my base?
Why? How does it do that? Wait. Oh, I see. It has car contain. It has infinite car containers on the bottom. I see.
Alright, hey, Phoenix, this is the car that was built with the base, once it loads.
Oh,
Here it
God
is.
modded. That's unfortunate.
It's funny how you guys are so distracted, but the stream's still running, so everyone
I
on
don't have
stream could
anything to
hear it.
do. You won't let me build ships or bases.
I mean, we're not at that stage yet. We're building walls.
So?
Trying to help with the walls.
Let me build.
I think it's really
Let me
funny because it
build.
lands on you and then it pulls you through all the floors to
Where
the
the fuck
ground.
did
To
Phoenix
the lowest.
go? There's Phoenix. Yeah, Phoenix. This is the car I built around the same time.
Nice.
It has
Yo.
Also, yeah, I built an entire
Will
undercarriage.
never
on it.
get me here.
You like my undercarriage? I'm
You
starving.
know what? I'm
Oh,
gonna grief this structure. Bam.
How greedy me
Get
doing
gr-
it.
get
The
get
poor
griefed,
sin
Lamau.
speed.
Why have you placed a sandcastle on my car?
And the amount of
Why is
shenanigans
there
that
a
happen.
sandcastle on my car?
We are the most professional build team
We are the most professional build team of all time.
Okay, wait. Jago, we have garbage removal on, right?
Yes, trash removal is on, but it will not be. It will not do anything with stations, though.
Okay,
Stations
cool.
will stay perfectly in
I want to
place.
show them my original concept for the for the ship, the modified ship that I have. Hey guys, you want to go to space and get blown up?
Not right now.
Okay.
Not right
You
now.
can send some images of it though. I think I'm
Well, the
actually
thing is,
probably
it
gonna.
has like an entire explosion cycle. There's so much debris here. You know what? It's no longer. It's none of its stations. It can just kind of vibe here.
Oh,
It should
go
be
fuel.
cleaned up,
Hold on.
hopefully.
What is that? You know what? I'm spawning my microfighter too. Sorry, I mean average fighter.
It's not a microfighter.
Average fighter.
Or an average
Oh,
fighter.
that thing's sick.
Oh wait, hang on. I was gonna do it, but I got distracted. And I want to walk around my mech.
I cannot figure out how to.
Oh, I just remember the gun is on.
can never build fighters that use this cap cockpit well.
Oh, I have a fighter that uses the
It's not a fighter. It's a
Hello.
It's just a heli.
Patrol.
Hi guys.
Yo, it's John Minecraft.
Hey. Hi Phoenix.
Do I have power?
Did Phoenix die? Hi Phoenix.
Hold on.
Hi Phoenix, like my little guy.
Oh shit, it's on.
No
Oh, crap.
energy.
Also, who just left the ice? Let me go grab my microfighter. Who just left the bloody ice?
Inventory full.
It'll get cleaned up. That's just the fighter from that's the vanilla one, right? Or the basic
Yeah,
one.
this
the
is
one.
You're the first person to actually recognize it, Flanker. This is my modernized version of the Keen fighter.
Nice. You want to see my fighter that's average sized?
Sure.
You want to see my
Yeah,
fighter's
you are the first person to
Fuel
recognize what it
critical.
is.
By the
I'm
way, I do
the-
want to state for the record, this thing is completely vanilla, even if it
I
looks like
apologize in advance, Drago.
There is just so much showcase
is
here, but I'm not
everything
looking at any of it.
Why can I not move my ship?
Because it's survival mode.
No, but none of the gyros are working or anything. Or the thrusters. I just don't have control.
Check
Please
if you're
don't
mag locked.
smash my ship. Wait, what do you say?
Check if you're mag locked.
I don't
Cool.
have any mag locks.
Oh, whoa, Flanker, what? Yo, what? Actually, what?
Okay, that
No,
actually
this
looks
is
cool.
sick. No.
That is a massive small grid. Anyways.
I love my average sized light fighter.
That is
Why
sick.
is
Am
my
I
guard
not in the
very-
right cockpit?
Main cockpit,
I'm.
that help. What? Okay, can someone else fly this ship? Like, why can I not fly it?
Oh yeah, I can't fly my ship either. That's weird.
Drago, why can we not move our ships?
Everything here is fully
Flanker,
survival, but also check the
Flanker, when
ownership
are you gonna
settings.
start
Yeah,
uploading
these
stuff
ships
to
are
the
survival
workshop?
ready. I've been using them in
I
survival.
I have uploaded stuff to the workshop. It just
Oh, you
is
have?
never popular.
Huh.
I have some things that are kind of
I
popular.
get you haven't advertised it at all then, because I have no idea you upload stuff to the workshop.
I have
Oh yeah, I should actually advertise my stuff here, shouldn't I?
yeah, I have
Yeah.
this thing. Hold on, let me despawn that.
Please
Maybe
tell
that'll
me the
fix it.
Valiant is on the workshop.
Not yet.
Yeah, awesome. Ooh, nice.
Hey Drago, oh okay, can I spawn in Molly to show them?
I mean, everyone's already spawning whatever.
Cool.
So
I mean, Molly's actually
I'm gonna have to
though.
do cleanup later.
Molly's still large grid though. Oh wait, I forgot. Molly doesn't like atmospheres. I forgot about that.
The midget.
Oh,
Ow.
also, it would help if you add custom or better images, better and
Spike.
more images to your creations, and
Oh yeah, their pages
and
do
adding
suck.
descriptions.
Drago?
Their pages do suck.
Drago, I tried to spawn on my ship and it said this ship has some blocks that may or may not be available in this world. This thing is
Because it's
completely
weapons.
No,
weapon core.
it's vanilla though.
Yeah, it's weapon.
We're on weapon core.
Oh, I don't really know how weapon core works.
It sucks.
It literally reprograms how weapons work.
That's not fun.
It
Hmm.
isn't.
The only reason why we're
really
using
easy.
weapon core here is because of specific mods. And,
Hey, do you like the Rio Grande?
the sim speed keeps
Ow.
dropping from all the stuff you guys are doing.
I am doing nothing. You have no evidence. I just fell off my ship.
You know what? You're going in the box.
Build vision has encountered a problem and will need to reload.
Oh, I love crashing build vision. Yeah, this thing flies. Why didn't the other thing
You're
fly?
going in the
No.
box.
Oh, right.
What happened to this ship?
Hey flanker. Hey flanker.
Yeah.
If you want help with making pictures for your workshop creations, I can help with that.
Can you
If
help
you
me
look
with
up-
mine?
Sure.
Yeah, sure.
If you want
Yay!
to, you can help me, and I'll just put them in. Honestly.
Mhm.
I got
Oh, rip.
broken Molly, which needed pretty pictures.
Whoa,
I mean, I have some
whoa. Okay,
pictures.
I see
don't remember
what
which
you
I
mean
don't
by build vision is being funky.
Oh yeah, build
Things
vision
are
crashed.
unrendering when I go away.
Yeah, build vision crashed.
Honestly,
Hey,
my
you guys are
favorite
spawning so
one
many things.
I'm
We're
not
getting rid of
We
them
don't
as
have
we
much
spawn them.
Also, yeah, we do
Yeah.
not have much spawn. We have like a little bit of debris and 2 ships spawned in.
Maybe we just need to reload the world since it's been open for a long time.
It's been open for a while, but there's just a bunch of debris everywhere.
Nope, we cleaned it all up.
Okay.
Or most of it.
There's only like 3 or 4 things that blew up though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm gonna just keep working on the walls.
Oh yeah, hey Phoenix, you wanna see something that'll amaze you?
Sure.
So Phoenix, come up here. Oh, oopsies, hang on, let me turn that off.
Rep. Nice. Neat. Oh, that's a nice turret.
You should get in and try it out.
Fuel critical.
Where do I enter the ship?
Front.
Or do you have to, oh, you can't, okay. Not as neat as I thought, but
What do you mean it's not as neat as you thought?
I thought you had to actually enter the ship then enter it. Or
No, I don't
then
know how
enter
to do that.
through it.
That's pretty complicated, but you like it?
I'd like to put interior into this ship and
No
make it fly
energy.
fine.
This thing does not have space for the interior. It is actually a
That
proper
does.
bomber.
I see plenty of space for interior.
Oh, we're talking about funny ships, right? Hold on.
This
Let
thing
me
is
get
actually
the.
like a proper ship that's actually like combat effective, kind of.
Nice.
It does not have space for interior.
Have you seen ASC ships?
No, but okay, this thing has like
Hold on.
20 missiles and enough fuel to fly halfway around the planet.
I had an old bomber, but I scrapped it because it
Fuel
sucked.
critical.
Nice misses.
Oh, my rockets don't work anymore.
Yeah, because of weapon core.
Oh, why can't I control
Yeah.
this one? That's weird.
Oh, well,
I
the
can't.
reason why nothing's working is because we're in survival mode. There is no ammo.
No, it
also
literally
that.
put out of my hotbar. Also, I filled this thing with ammo.
Oh, well, the reason why they disappeared from the hotbar is because of weapon core, yeah. It's because the weapon core removes
Yo,
the
dodge.
fire on and off.
We might want to stop because we are making a lot of debris now.
Yeah, I'm not the one. Only Hellflanker's the one that's blowing things up. Everyone else is being very civil.
I think I'm the
What?
only person actually working on this scenario right now.
I don't have anything
Yeah.
to work on.
Walls
Honestly, I'm gonna be
everywhere.
getting off.
I
Honestly,
don't
I'm gonna be
even
getting off.
know.
I am waiting to do things, Drago.
I know. But of course, I can only build so fast. I'm trying to get the walls and
I'm
terraforming done.
pretty sure somebody can get over this wall over here, though.
We're gonna test them out
Just like-
later and add more height to them.
I'm gonna
Yeah.
go ahead and get off for tonight.
But yeah, right now what we're trying to do is we're trying to prevent people from getting over them with their players or rovers. The rovers aren't gonna be
Yeah.
able to jump much at all, but players need to be stopped on only specific walls. Some walls don't really need to stop players, but definitely have to stop rovers.
I do think I'm also gonna get off since I still have to do things for the rest of the day. So goodbye.
Alright,
Alright.
take care.
See you guys tomorrow. Night.
See ya.
Mm, yeah. Mm.
Yeah, I'll deal with cleanup later, because cleanup specifically deletes things that are unpowered. So if there's debris that's powered, it's gonna stay for a while until we manually clean it up. Okay. So my concern is that people are going to find ways to jump over this wall, which I don't want people to jump over immediately. And once people do eventually get past this wall, I'm not worried about people leaving the map out there because there's nothing out there for people to get to. It's basically just get the objective and go back. Let me look around. People climbing over this could be a small problem, but I'm just going to ignore it for now. Climbing into this area, though, can be a problem, so I'm going to go ahead and put a wall around here. Mainly just in this region, so people can't skim through there. And then everything else will be fine.
No energy. Fuel critical.
All these walls are necessary so people don't skip through the story by taking shortcuts. which is going to be a very big problem. If anything, I might have to continue the building at a later time. Because we are kind of running out of time here. And we still have a lot of walls to go. Okay, so now this wall is blocking this entire spot here. And now, I don't know if anyone's actually going to try climbing up this area over here.
Wouldn't it be easier to like cut it off here or something? Like just have it curve to the left over here.
Maybe. It's kind of weird to get the angle right and make sure people can't squeeze between the cracks. My concern isn't people crossing over from the left side to the right side. My concern is people crossing from the right side to the left side. Especially these areas over here where it gets closer to the top of the mountain. I don't want to do a lot of terraforming, so...
Yeah.
Well, I have to check if people can actually climb up here in the first place. Because if from over here, people aren't going to have the oxygen to actually make it all the way there and back. So it's pretty much just... Yeah. But over here...
I start here and walk over.
Yeah, but are you actually able to walk all the way up?
Sure, I'll do that. I'll let you know when I get there.
Yeah, because you gotta go all the way up there without an oxygen bottle. So at some later point you might get oxygen bottles, but at this point, I should check. Will you have access to oxygen bottles at this point?
I have 70%.
Yeah.
Honestly, you have a lot of oxygen.
You have a lot of oxygen, but the thing is, do you have the oxygen to make it all the way over there and back? Because if you're going over there, it's gonna be a while.
Yo. This reminds me of my favorite video game. There's probably a path up, to be honest, but there's a lot of crevices.
Yeah, but it's just like, is it even worth it at that point? Do you think anyone would actually try?
I know I would, just to be funny.
Mm-hmm. Trying to find a way to break the map.
Yeah.
No
Especially during
energy.
beta testing. Break.
Oh, especially during beta testing. That's when the map is really going to have issues. And a lot of them at that.
Oh, I think I found it. Hold on. Yeah. There's a little lip over here. And game's not lagging, just climb up. Yeah, I found it. It took me 7 oxygen to get up from there.
Yep. And then you're gonna need more oxygen to go all the way down the other side and do something, then
Fuel
go all the way
critical.
back.
Alright, so theoretically, there wasn't a hole here. I just go across on the next side of the mountain, right? And I could just walk over. There's a little yeah, you could walk down this without falling to your death.
Just trying to block off these little areas where people are gonna try to squeeze through. It'd be a miracle if someone managed to squeeze through this. But nope, I'm blocking that off too.
Yeah, you could make it across.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to stop right now. Just making sure it's incredibly difficult or just not worthwhile.
You should put in a rat maze or something.
Put in what?
A rat maze that they have to solve to get to the other side on the top.
That's just a lot of blocks, which is completely unnecessary. The less blocks I use, the better, because I'm just trying to make sure there's less stuff that would affect sim speed, since sim speed was such a massive problem in the previous scenario. But yeah, the difference on sim speed is definitely going to help a lot. So much work in creating this barrier. To be honest, I'm kind of debating if maybe I should make an enemy spawner that just spawns a specific hunter killer enemy instead of a wall. I mean, technically speaking, it could work. What do you think? Do you think it's worth introducing a specific enemy that just hunts you down if you try to go outside of bounds?
Yeah. The Angie.
Yeah, so basically in the areas where if you go too high up, then you'll be targeted by specific enemies. I guess this enemy spawner is probably like only in certain regions where it really matters. See, if you end up climbing a mountain or something, then you can just get hunted down. To make the thing even more
No
funny,
energy.
if you stay in that area, it'll just spawn more of those super enemies. So yeah, I could do that. I'll just keep this here for now temporarily. There's something to think about. So yeah, how many walls have I built now? So there's that one and that one. I don't think anyone's gonna be climbing all this.
Fuel critical.
Let me look at the map. So we have successfully done all of these walls, these. I just finished those. So that means we have to do all of these walls up here, which is a pretty decent amount. I don't think we need this one at all, considering that the moon is just covering it. So that one doesn't need to be built. This one definitely needs to be built. That one's gonna be interesting. It's gonna be like a big square of sorts. There's a long one going all the way across there. There's a lot of work to do. I think I've done enough building for now. I'm gonna go ahead and do some cleanup on some of the grids around the place. Specifically all the small grids that have spawned everywhere. Just looking around to see if I can find them. No, I think they're all gone now. Alright. Well, that's about it for today. I guess next week we're just going to continue building more walls. And hopefully we can finish all of the walls, because there are a lot that need to be made. Alright, take care.